of the blue of the western sky comes
Runway DFW.
The following program comes to you in color.
Live from Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport in Texas, this is Runway DFW in color. Now, here is your host, Walt Zwerko.
And a very pleasant good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you may be on this big blue marble. It's Walt with you back for another edition of Runway DFW. This coming to you live on February 22nd, 2025. It's a Saturday morning here in North Texas, and it's a kind of hazy, partly cloudy, but we should have a nice day. We've kind of recovered from our sub-freezing temperatures. We're up to 36 degrees Fahrenheit right now, so that's all good. So let's watch some planes together, shall we, on this edition of Runway DFW. You know, it always seems that time expands to fit the work available, or work expands to fit the time available, but it's always, I've never have like 5 minutes breathing room before I push the button to turn us on. It's always it's always last minute, everything. There's always something left to do. We're here with you, as we often are, from the friendly confines of Founders Plaza here at DFW International Airport. We're on the northwest side of the airport. And I'm going to get all set up here to bring you our little show today. It looks as though our first arrival, well, no, first of all, we're going to look at something special here. I haven't seen this plane in quite a while. This is the TWA special livery that American Airlines has. Where is it? There it is. And it's been quite a while since I've seen this. This is the 737-800. It's American Flight 1770. It's going to Fresno, California, FAT. So there you go. Stripes are good. You see coming up behind it, American Flight 115. That will be off to Honolulu shortly. That's a 777-200. Soren Yagnik says good morning from the Indian skies. Hello, Soren. Paul Barnett says hi, Walt. Hope you're good. I am indeed. And Luke is one of our great mods. He is favoring that. Before we get too far along, I would like to thank the Grinch, who has become a Quad Jet member in that exclusive tier of memberships here at Runway DFW. Well, it's not really exclusive. Anybody is invited, but thank you very much to the Grinch. So for those of you viewers who are new to this channel and American Airlines more generally, American has a series of retro liveries honoring airlines which kind of make up its history, TWA being one of them. And there's also Piedmont and Allegheny and what else? Air Cal, Air Reno, or Reno Air. I salute Kate Goodling, who is, wow, one of our original members of the channel, 21 months. Thank you, Kate. Yeah, we've got a lot of long-term viewers, which I'm most appreciative of. In fact, I was looking at a video that I did, it was 3 years ago, I think next month. And yeah, we've come a long way since then. I'm not saying I'm that much better, but I am better. And our production's a little improved. Now, because we're coming to you in the morning, the sun is in back of the planes, pretty much. So we do get this kind of silhouette appearance, which I have no control over. If it clouds up a bit, it'll improve our view a bit. But so here goes the TWA Retro Jet off to Fresno, California, on Runway DFW. And you briefly saw an ABX Air, I believe that's a 767, which I think is headed to Cincinnati. We'll take a look at that in a minute. I can't remember if we got over freezing yesterday here in North Texas, but we were in freezing temperatures for most of the week. There you see the 777 about to launch to the Aloha Island of Hawaii, well, the state of Hawaii, more specifically to Honolulu. 777-200 there, and in the background there a plane taking off from the east side of the airport. We're on the west side. We're in South Flow today, which is the more or less standard way of launching planes into the skies. Planes landing from the north, taking off to the south, as is this one. Last Saturday when we were here, we had quite a variety of things to see. We started out being foggy in the morning here last Saturday morning. Then that fog gave way to sunshine, and it was a very pleasant day. And then the wind shifted around from the north, and we went actually into reverse ops while we were broadcasting, which was kind of fun. And then what? Oh, and then as we were packing up, it got really windy, really windy. I was glad Johnny Dodge was here, one of our channel members and friends of the channel, and he was kind of holding things down as I was trying to put things away. Our NFO, next flight out, is American Flight 1415, 737-800 off to Vancouver in the Great White North. Be joining us from on this Saturday, or perhaps it's Sunday where you are if you're in a far-flung part of the world. We welcome you to Runway DFW. As I said, we've been having some temperatures below freezing here this week. So it's been since Monday when we were last with you. So off to Canada. Of course, this plane's traveling southbound right now, so it's going to have to make a big U-turn to get to Canada. Channel member Theo Smaglick says hello, and hello to you. Channel member Bright Guy suggests that you hit the like button. Well, I always endorse that move. A few trains at. Our good friend from the UK says good afternoon. Oh, good afternoon from Glasgow, Scotland. Wearing my Runway DFW t-shirt today, advertising the good work that I do. Well, thank you. Now, it can't be warm enough just to wear a t-shirt in Glasgow, Scotland in February, can it? I don't think so, but in any event, thank you for the promotion. A few trains at has sent me a photograph of him wearing the Runway DFW t-shirt, which of course you can get using the links associated with this page. And let's see, let's try an arrival here. We've got an American Eagle flight coming in from Billings, Montana. There it is there. It's an Embraer 175. There's almost no wind here, very calm. So I don't think wind is going to be a factor with any airport operations while we're here. Hold on. There you see an MD-11, which I don't know if that's the engine smoking, or somebody's lit up a big stogie, or I don't know what's happening over there, but there's a little smoke emanating from that MD-11, which is not on the radar. I don't know if it's scheduled to take off presently. I don't see that. Oh wait, we do have no, that's already gone out. So I don't know. I think you can see the smoke. I don't know if it's coming. I don't know if they're firing up engine number 2 over there, or maybe they're doing something else over there at the old UPS. Let's see what's coming up here in this hour. We are scheduled to have a UPS 757 takeoff, although one did launch off before we went on the air, so might have left early. We should be seeing an Air Cal retro coming in, retro livery on American Airlines, but that's probably going to come in on the east side as it's a Newark-based arrival. Going out in about 20 minutes from now, the American flight to Seoul, South Korea, 777. And then following shortly behind that, American Dreamliner off to China, to Shanghai, China, yes. And then top of the hour, 777 off to Narita, American Airlines. So we've got lots of heavies coming up for you on the big show. Okay, a few trains out says it's a balmy 10 degrees, 50 degrees, 10 degrees Celsius, 50 degrees Fahrenheit, currently in Glasgow. Wow, that's way warmer than here. Although even if it was that temperature, I don't know if I'd be out in my t-shirt. Boot Doctor says, blue smoke. Ben O says, I work for UPS in California. So we're always, our location here is immediately adjacent to the UPS terminal, and used to be Saturdays were kind of slow. Although now that UPS has the contract for United States Postal Service content, we are seeing more activity there. And speaking of activity, okay, so oh, look at this. Wait, that's not it. Where's our cow? We've got that that MD backing out here. I have a big shout out and thank you to our channel sponsor, James Webb. As you can see there, he has favored us with a $200 super chat. Thank you, James. This plane, however, is backing out, this MD-11. And our clue is that because it's backing tail out to us, that it'll likely be transiting over to the east side for taking off to where's it going? To Philadelphia, the city of brotherly love.
$1997.
That is a 28-year-old aircraft as of last month, I should say.
No problem. I just wasn't showing it for some reason, so I was just double checking. Sorry to call you on the road. No problem, sir. Thank you. Have a good day. American 946, Echo and Alpha, hold short of runway 18 left, give way to Frontier. Echo to Alpha, hold short of 18 left, give way to Frontier, American 946.
So I always like to focus in on the MDs whenever we can.
Coyote 696, RF2, layer, runway 18 left, clear for takeoff. American 2176, DFW Tower, runway 18 left.
And there's Luke, the random spotter, saying things that should be coming right out of my mouth, too, to James Webb. Always humbled by your generosity. Thank you for your awesome support and for being a big part of keeping this awesome channel going so strong. Have a great weekend. Indeed. Well, we've got lined up over on runway 18 left. American Flight 281, which we talked about a short time ago. It's off to Seoul in South Korea. And also American Flight 127 headed to Shanghai. That's a Dreamliner going to China. So lots happening here in this initial hour of Runway DFW. Our good friend from New Jersey, Bill Platt, has gifted 5 Runway DFW memberships. Bill, who's also a moderator, thank you, Bill. And so we welcome Ben O, Brian S, Bob, Sarah B, and Keith PDX, all receiving memberships courtesy of Bill Platt. Thank you, Bill. Aviation Geek says, Walt, I miss football. Well, I don't know. Maybe that's good for us because there's less football. Well, there's no football to watch, I think, unless you're talking about soccer. Now, that's a little horse of a different color. So we've got, let's see, so we've got 2 heavies over there. I believe this is the 777, which is turning to begin its travels to South Korea. And we continue to keep an eye on the tri-jet as it gets unhooked from its tug and gets ready to begin its journey to Philadelphia. So Aviation Geek specifies that he's missing American college football and American football. Yeah, I mean, I think if you're a soccer fan, well, we call it soccer, the rest of the world calls it football or football. You can pretty much find a soccer game going somewhere just about any time of year these days. If you're hooked up to the satellite or streaming. This is a, let's do this.
1999.
That is a 26-year-old 777-200ER. It's celebrating its 26th birthday this month. Meanwhile, back at UPS, still waiting for this to go off. I guess they're about to fire up those big engines. Sour Grape says, does United Airlines even serve Incheon from Chicago? That I don't know. I'm trying to remember when I was in Seoul if I saw any United planes, and I can't say that I did, although I can't imagine they don't serve Incheon. But if anybody knows the answer to that, chime in on the chat. You do have to be a subscriber to the channel to use the chat, so I hope you'll consider that. So this again, American Flight 281, now moving into position on runway 18 left here at DFW International Airport to begin its journey to Seoul, which is about, let's see, going in this direction It's a little longer flight than coming back, as I recall, because of the tailwinds and headwinds. So this average flight time is about 14 and a half hours going to Seoul from here. And of course, I think a little bit of that is that they have to make a little bit of a detour. When I, on my first flight to Seoul in 2016 from here, I remember us flying over parts of the Russian Federation. And since that time, well, for the last 3 years, since the war between Ukraine and Russia, Russian airspace is off limits to U.S. carriers. So it can't fly quite as a direct a route to Seoul as it once did from here. And right behind this plane is the Dreamliner going to Shanghai, China. And here is the Dreamliner to Shanghai. It's a newer plane, just 8 years old is this one. 787-8. Flight 127. So off to Shanghai it goes. That's a flight which will take about 15 hours and 15 minutes. They appear to be doing some examination of this plane. There's more people under it. I think it looked like initially this tri-jet was ready to go. Oh, there's some more smoke. So he's coming from engine number 1. So I don't know. There may be some issues with this plane making an imminent departure. Our channel member Chuck TXK from Texarkana says hello or good morning, Walton spotters. Good morning to you. Keith PDX, our new quad jet member, says always enjoy Walt streams. Thank you, Keith. And Bill Platt saying, oh yeah, that engine was a little rich. Well, you're about to see in the foreground another UPS plane. Flight 5195, no, I'm sorry, flight 5789 off to Chicago Rockford International Airport.
1992.
That is a 757 200 freighter, and off to Chicago, kind of, sort of. So what are all those guys doing there? I'm looking at my monitor closely. It's hard for me to see. Looks like are they rolling something away? I guess they are. Looks like they're moving out now. So whatever they had a concern with, it looks as though they're now taking care of it. Patrick says, good morning to my Runway DFW family. Smoke and Slice Barbecue, channel member and friend of the channel, says maybe someone lit a smoker on the plane. Now, I would expect someone with a barbecue background to have that come to mind.
Visual separation with ahead of us, clear takeoff 18 left, runway 36.
So meanwhile, we got to get back to this 757, which is rolling. Is it on the runway? No, it's on a parallel. It's on the taxiway, I think. Or is it on the... Yeah, it's not on the arrival 18 right. I don't know what it's doing. Oh, maybe because the, well, I don't know, I can't speculate. If it was going over to the east side for takeoff to Illinois, it would have had to turn where the MD-11 is parked. Yeah, the MD-11 is kind of stuck right now. So I'm not sure what... So the MD is still hanging out there. Still some ground personnel at the front of the plane there. So I think maybe the 757 here is... Looks like it's now lining up to head over to the east side for takeoff, unfortunately for us. Channel member Ronald Smith says, always something intriguing going on at DFW. Well, it's such a big airport. There is always something happening here. For the most part. There is a big lineup of planes poised for takeoff right now on 18 left. I'm counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. There's about 14 planes which are looking for a place to take off. And this is just on the east side, on the west side. On the east side, well, maybe, let me see what's going on the east side. There's a couple planes over there, not quite as many as over here though. So it looks like the 757 is on the move now, and it is not, unless it makes a sharp right turn right about now, it is destined for the east side of the airfield. Now it appears as though the MD-11 is unencumbered. And it is on the move. And again, that trajectory leads us to believe that it's going to be headed over to the east side for dispatch. I think we should see the, well, it's a little photobombed there, but the UPS 757 is on the way over the bridge over to the east side. Ronald Smith says the tail of the MD-11 is always so interestingly complex. I mean, you know, I don't mean to be critical, but to me it always seems like this is a plane that was designed by a committee. Because, I mean, it's very distinctive, but so this aircraft is hightailing it over runway 18 right. Probably is going to have to pause for a bit to get across 18 left where all the takeoffs are occurring. Right, it's going to be hard to tell what's going out because there's so many planes. It looks like American Flight 2911 to Austin, Texas, a 737-800 is making the turn there to head to the Texas capital.
American 3189, DFW Tower, runway 18 left, line 18. Wait, 18 left, American 3189.
Aero Astro says, good morning, Walt. Were you doing these videos when Americans still had their MD-80s? No. I've been doing this now for a little more than 3 years. And I think they got rid of the MD-80s pre-pandemic. 10-man 3880 says, tuned in late. Was the tri-jet already loaded? It would stink if they had to unload it again if it couldn't fly. No, it's going to fly, I think. We have seen, there was at least one time we were here when the MD left the gate, started to take off. It didn't really get up to escape velocity, and it returned back to the to base here to get a look at, and I think it eventually did take off that evening. And our good friend of the channel member Skittles says good morning to everyone. Good morning to you, Skittles. Skittles, if I'm not mistaken, is getting ready for a big trip, maybe even the trip of a lifetime. Headed out to Australia for, what is it called, Spotterfest, I believe. A lot of people are looking forward to meeting you down there, Skittles, including our friend Kevin at Wellington Flights Live. So, I don't know, it's pretty close in time, a week or two away, I think, so all the best for you. I'm very jealous of your trip there, so I hope you'll carry with you the best wishes from me to our friends down under. Should be a delightful trip. So once again, this vintage MD-11 is now, unfortunately for us, headed over the hump to the east side of the airport. See if we can catch that going out, because that would be fun. It looks like the UPS 757 is about to take off from the east side. We're going to see if we can get you a look at that. It is now rolling, so we'll get our camera A here. And we're going to have to kind of make a guess as to where it's going to go up in the sky from beyond the terminal buildings in the center of the airport. There it is. So off to, where was that going? Off to Chicago Rockford International Airport was that. We've got an arrival from Seattle, American Flight 2748. This will be an Airbus A321 coming in. As we look to the northern skies,
American 2647, RNF to land, runway 18 left, clear for takeoff. RNF land, clear for takeoff, 18 left, American 2647. American 1938, DFW Tower, runway 18 left, line up white.
We've got another big jet poised for takeoff over yonder. Flight 61 to Narita Airport in Tokyo. Be another 777. Is that the tail of it there? I think it is. Tail of it pointing to the left side of your screen, or headed to the left side of your screen. Flight 61 is another 777-200ER. This is a 21-year-old plane. Now, I'm talking about the big one in the background there. So while we anticipate the departure of that plane, we've got American Flight 2653 from Fresno, California, about to make the scene here at Founders Plaza, which is where we are broadcasting from. Hello, everyone.
They're going south, you're going to west at Laren, RNF 2 Laren, runway 18 left, clear for takeoff.
Our third camera, I guess that's our fourth camera there, is actually, you can see it's behind the temporary fence. So I don't know if we're breaking any laws there, but I believe I've heard the signal, which indicates we have a new subscriber. So welcome, new subscriber, to Runway DFW. I was not in a position to look at the screen to see your name, but we're happy to have you joining us. Bill Platt has been a channel member here for 20 months now. That engine likely had to be air started, and by all the smoke at startup, he's likely correct. So again, thank you to Bill Platt for his long-term support of this channel. Vince Kowaleski says the L1011 is greater than the DC-10. Well, I kind of agree with that. At least I like the DC-10 more than the MD-11, but you can't argue that the DC-10 MD-11 turned out to be more durable than the Lockheed Tri-Jet, or Tri-Star, I guess is what they called it. We're looking again at the American Airlines flight that's about to take off to Narita Airport. I regret to report that I've missed the MD-11 takeoff over there on the east side. Kind of happened more quickly than I had anticipated. I do see approaching the takeoff position here on the west side, however, Japan Airlines Flight 11 going to Haneda Airport in Tokyo, an Airbus A350-1000. So we've got American off to Narita, Japan Airlines off to Haneda. Skittles has now been a Runway DFW member for 21 months. And again, another one of our long-term members. She says, this is always the best-in-class viewing experience. Thank you for what? Let me put that up again because I missed some of it there. Thank you for what you do and bring to us. Can't wait to support your channel for another 21 months and beyond. Cheers. Thank you so much to you, Skittles. A most delightful person. Had a chance to meet up with her the last 2 years at the Cranky Dork Fest weekend in California. There's the JAL flight. Speaking of Cranky Dork Fest, I think it was the person who authors the kind of the head honcho of the whole Cranky universe. He had a post about the how you correctly say the names of airlines. And as I remember, he said the correct pronunciation for JAL is JAL. And I've never heard anybody call it that. And so I don't know. I think I'm just going to keep calling it JAL. I do like to be accurate, but it just doesn't sound right. So here goes the first of our 2 Tokyo-bound aircraft. Sounds like an air traffic controller sounds more like an auctioneer. We have a Spirit Japan Airways combo there for you. The Spirit plane off to Los Angeles, an Airbus A321 flight 908. And then the American plane in the foreground, it's an Airbus A319, and I have no information as to its destination. I don't have a flight number for it. All I know is that the plane with the nose poking in from the far left is a 24-year-old turn of the century Airbus A319. According to our source, Flight Radar 24. Our channel member Doug Johnson has gifted 5 Runway DFW memberships. Thank you. Kevin, Reed, Douglas, Thompson, Kitty B, Marcos Garcia, Emmett Nemesis. All of them new members, thanks to Doug Jackson, sorry. Thank you. Aero Astro said, I read the same article, Walt, and in the article they also said that SAS is pronounced SAS, which I refuse to say. Yeah, SAS doesn't sound right either. I guess it's just what you are accustomed to. Well, there's the big A351K. This one again going to Haneda Airport in Tokyo. It's a Japan Airlines Flight 11. Or JAL, or JAL. And that should be a pretty new plane. And it is. It dates back to last September, when it went into service with JAL, Japan Airlines. Our friend Chip, channel member Cranky OG757, if that flying banana departs on a turn and burn departure, does that make it a spirited departure? Oh, Chip. We're always glad to have you with us, Chip. Hope you're on the mend from your recent surgery. Tim Heasley says, good morning, everyone. How's Walt doing? Looks like beautiful weather there. Let's check with Walt. Oh, here's Walt. Yes, I'm doing well. Very pleasant day. The temperature up to now 36 degrees Fahrenheit. Slightly above the freezing mark. But the sun, the fact that there's sun and the fact that there is almost no wind makes it a very pleasant morning here. We salute Josh Aldrich, a friend up in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, a channel member for 22 months. 22 months on 222, that's too good, says he. Thank you, Josh, for your support of the channel and for also, of course, being one of our mods. Curtis Marduz is a member for 16 months, a Tri-Jet member. Good morning, Walt and Runway DFW family from cold Houston Intercontinental Airport. I had a great trip to Seattle. Flew out on American Flight 1992 back on Frontier. Denver was a fun stopover. I've been to Denver, but it's been quite a while. Quite a while since I've been to Denver. Japan Air 11 Heavy RNF to be cleared for runway 111 for takeoff. Cleared for takeoff is this long stretch version of the A350. As one of our viewers pointed out on a previous broadcast, this is a skosh longer than the A380, its big brother. So it's a lot of plane there.
DFW Tower, runway 18 right, clear to land, taking wind to come. Clear to land, 105.
Well, it seems like only an hour ago that we first came on the air. Well, actually, it was an hour ago when we first came on the air. You are watching now the second hour of Runway DFW, live and in color from Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport. Hello. Here's our position at Founders Plaza. As you can see, kind of partly cloudy skies. And we are here to bring you all the action, or as much as we can, from one of the world's busiest airports. So stick around with us for more Runway DFW. Cranky OG 757 says to Aero Astro, do some plane spotting at Haneda. You'll see a lot of special livery jowls. And I hope to get to Haneda Airport one of these days. Oh, we have Qantas Flight 7 coming in from Sydney. This will be a Dreamliner. Finishing up a long flight. Let's take a look at this. It's a Dreamliner Dash 9. It left Sydney 14 hours and 21 minutes ago.
Alpha 3875 tower, runway 13 right, clear to land, and winds calm.
My longest international flights have been to London, which is about, what, a 10.5 hour flight from here, and to Seoul, which again is about 14 something hours going there, and probably a little less coming back. But there's the Flying Roo. Finishing up an 8,500 mile jaunt from summertime in Sydney to wintertime in North Texas. And it's about to get kind of quiet here. You know, all those backed up takeoffs have now landed, or have now taken off, and we're just waiting for stuff to happen. We do have American Flight 1198 coming in from San Francisco, an Airbus A321 next in the queue. So we'll get ready for that. We'll say hello to some more of our folks. John Bowman says, hey, you Walt, when will you be back at Dallas Love Field again? I don't know. I don't really have... We're kind of a fly-by-night operation, or a fly-by-day, I don't know. I don't make final plans until usually the day before, or like 2 days before the broadcast. It just all depends on weather and other factors. But I'll be back at Love Field sometime, maybe still this month, I'm not sure. Love Field is a nice change of pace from here. Of course, they don't have the quantity of flights, and they don't have the variety of airlines, because it's pretty much all Southwest Airlines, and as you might have heard, Alaska Airlines, which has one flight daily between Seattle and Dallas Love Field. They're pulling out, I think, next month. So that leaves the only other airline besides Southwest, the only other mainline airline is Delta, and they just fly, I think, I thought they were going to expand to other cities, but I think they only fly currently to Atlanta, their home base. Although it's always interesting to see their Boeing 717s on that route. As close as we get to the legacy of the MD-80, which somebody talked about earlier in the show. Cranky OG 757 wants to know when the Kingaroo will return to DFW. Yes, the Qantas the Qantas MD, no, let's reverse, let's go back. The Qantas A380 is scheduled to come back in August. So next month, as many of you know, British Airways will be suspending its A380, and for that matter, all of it, any of its service between here and London. That was flight 3407 American Eagle from Abilene, Texas. And hold on while I get a little sip of something here. So anyway, following up on what I was saying, we're going to be king-free here for a couple of months. After the end of next month, when British Airways suspends its service here, and I haven't heard anything about when it will be coming back, or if it'll be coming back. I assume it'll be coming back. But at least for the summer months, we won't see any British Airways flights of any kind coming in and out, unless there's one of its other flights gets redirected here for some reason. That was American Eagle 3893 from Laredo, and Embraer 170. Beaker and Honeydew, channel member and moderator, says, glad we got on the last flights to London Heathrow from DFW next week on an A380. Yes, lucky you.
Tower American 753, mile final 18 right. American 753, DFW runway right, clear land, approach to the stage, wait, Bravo.
John Hume says, good morning, Walt, and all the viewers. Looks like a nice day there. It is. Not complaining. Talking about flight durations, Chip says 14 hours is short for me. My first flight from San Francisco to Hong Kong was 17 and a half hours due to a refueling stop at Taipei. That's a long time to be on a plane.
Envoy local 233 Zulu cross, runway 18 right, one shorter, runway 18 left, no delay.
John Bowman says, wow, American has a flight from Abilene to DFW. Is that like a 25-minute flight? Ha ha ha. Well, I think the shortest flight that I'm familiar with is from Wichita Falls, Texas, another American Eagle flight. And it is about 25 minutes. Josh Aldridge says, I got my UK tourist visa earlier this week. Heathrow? Question mark, question mark.
American 1966, Echo and Alpha, hold short of runway 18 left.
John M. comparing me to Rick Blaine in Casablanca. I don't make plans that far in advance. Well, I don't. Well, here's the thing. This is not my full-time job, this Runway DFW business. I have a full-time job at a TV station that covers northern Texas and southern Oklahoma, and so that takes up about 40 hours of my week. Fortunately, I get to do that job from home. I have to think if they ever decided, you know, Walt, you got to come into the office again. That's when I might decide to do this full time. But until then, that's a kind of a nice, stable income. So we do both. That was American Eagle 3635 from Lubbock, Texas. A 56-minute flight on an Embraer 175. Got a Delta plane coming over the hump there. Flight 2972, which will be headed to Minneapolis, St. Paul. There it is there. It's an Airbus A200. And we've got, oh no, that wasn't it. We've got some non-American. This is the Delta plane, the A220. So let's crank it up and listen for the Wookiee.
Runway 3838 on visual, runway 18 right. Runway 3838, DFW Tower, runway 18 right, clear to land, hold short of taxiway Bravo for crossing track. 18 right, clear land, hold short of Bravo on Boy 3838. American 753, taxi via Echo Bravo, hold short of 18. Echo Bravo, short of 18 left, American 753.
Doug Jackson says, hello. Is Meacham Field, Addison Airport, or McKinney Airport going to expand operations in the future that you know of? And the answer is yes. McKinney National Airport, which is on the north side of the metropolitan area. The city council, I think it was just last week, voted to fund the building of a commercial airline terminal. And ooh, listen to that.
American 1993, probably east to west.
So there's the Delta flight to Minneapolis, and yes, McKinney National Airport, it's a couple of years down the road, but they've got all the plans. Looks like a very nice, small airport facility, and I'm sure they must have had some talks with airlines, perhaps informally, perhaps, under the table, but it does look like we could have a third commercial airport here, or we will. Now, whether any airlines will move in over there, I don't know. Here's an American flight from Sacramento, California. That was America. That's from Sacramento, California. We've got a United Airbus A320 Flight 450. It's headed to Denver, Colorado.
Echo Whiskey Mike, short of 18 left, American 1544.
$19.98.
So I was trying to get the 20th century jingle in there. But to do that, I had to kind of make it stretch, which accounted for the rather subpar camera work that I was doing this to go over to our little music machine here while I was trying to control the camera over here. And I probably won't do that again. So that was United Flight 450 to Denver, Colorado. Here goes American Flight 2851. I believe, well, let's see, it's going to Hayden in Colorado. So loaded with most likely skiers and their apparatus. I don't know, after all the cold we had this week, I'm more convinced than ever that I am a warm weather person. Because as much as people say, oh, you just put more clothes on and you'll be okay. But I've put on a lot of clothing for our cold nighttime streams, and it never seems to be enough. And then, of course, I think to the summertime when we've got, we're trying to keep equipment from overheating. That's the main problem we have in the summertime here. But I'll take that. I can deal with that.
Cross 18 left, Whiskey Mike, out for route 0.65 on the bridge, American 1544.
So I believe that was American Eagle 4117 from Killeen, Texas, as a 41-minute flight. And once again, we are having a little quiet time here, although we've got some planes coming in. Flight 2195, American Airlines, from Salt Lake City, Utah. This will be a 737-800. As I said, we've got almost no wind here today. It's not quite a dead calm, But the airport does report it is calm. 39 degrees Fahrenheit is what we're up to. And see if we can get a shot of the flagpoles over here.
Turn left to high speed, cross runway 18 left to Whiskey Lisa, and then contact ground 18.
Well, we don't have a very clear shot of the flagpole, but there it is. The flags are hanging limply from their masts. Just a slight rustling. We have some new subscribers to welcome. Thank you to you for pushing the button. As a new subscriber, after 5 minutes, you will be admitted to the chat room. Of course, you can always look at the chat room, but here on YouTube, but you can't participate unless you're a subscriber. So thanks for that. Paul Guthrie wants to know where I work. I work for K10. That's the station I work for, which I gotta say, for such a tiny station, it's in the 170th U.S. market, which means there's we're in 160 stations that serve more of an audience, but I gotta say, we got some of the greatest call letters. K10. Of course, it is Channel 10, which it isn't really anymore since we've gone digital. I think we're technically on Channel 18 or 17, something like that, but it shows up on your TV as Channel 10. So what do we have there? We had American Eagle 6495 to New Mexico, to Roswell, New Mexico, a CRJ 701ER going out. American Flight 1211 from Albuquerque, New Mexico, coming in, a 737-800. And we have next to arrive Delta Flight 2798 from Salt Lake City in Utah, and that will be another Airbus A220. Jimmy Henry checking in from Paint Lick, Kentucky, watching on the big screen. Talking about call letters, Chip says there is or was a radio station in San Diego, California with the call letters KGB. I'm trying to think if I heard of that before. Curtis Mardu's channel member says, "Hey Walt, I see an American Airlines Retro parked over there in the B gates with the Air Cal livery. Shall we see if we can find that for you? Because, you know, when you're watching on a big screen TV, you can see things that I cannot. So let me see if I can find that for you with our #1 camera. Well, I haven't been able to find it. The AirCal Retro livery is scheduled to take off at 10:33. Well, oh no, it came in at 10:33. I guess we missed that. It's going to be leaving for Reagan Airport in Washington at 12:48. Oh wait, I think here's something I do see. And again, this is at maximum zoom here. I don't know if you can see it there in the center of your shot. I think that's the American Airlines retro livery. Is that what that is? I think that's what that is. Looks kind of like it. Oh no, that's the AirCal. Okay, that's it there. Right in the shadow of the East Tower. About to be eclipsed by that. Was that an Air A319 coming over the bridge?
Once we get past all the runways, we can head northbound and landing at Baylor Grapevine.
Wood Doctor says there was a radio station in Maryland with the all-comedy format, WJOK. And Ronald Smith does chime in with the AirCal. It's very hard for me to see. We've got glare, and we've got... I don't have a gigantic screen here to look at things. So thank you for that confirmation. And Curtis says, well, I'm watching you on my phone, LOL. Well, okay, but if I had a phone which had no glare on it, that would be a little something easier for me to see. Coming over the bridge there is American Flight 119. It is in, that's a 7878 Dreamliner. It's on its way to Maui, so it's coming over here to take off. So just after 11:30 here in the Central Time Zone. We've been on the air for now an hour and a half, 90 minutes. Welcome to you, if you're just tuning in. Keeping an eye on the commercial passenger traffic and also on the UPS facility, which is just to the south of us here. I don't anticipate we'll see too much there until later this afternoon.
FB Park, 18 left, clear for takeoff, American 2392.
American Airlines Flight 2392 is on the way to San Luis Obispo, California. That's it there. It's an Airbus A319. And there's the flight. The plane going to the left of your screen is off to Maui. We'll see that take off shortly. And did I see an Emirates livery as we panned across here? I did. So Emirates Flight 222 has begun its long journey to Dubai. It's a 777-300 ER, 7-year-old plane. And here once again is the Maui-bound flight, Dreamliner Dash 8. The Emirates plane is on the way to the east side for takeoff, unfortunately. We'll see if we can keep an eye on that for you. Mike Cruz says the calm air is really showing the ground warming up in the sun. The air shimmers like underwater. Yeah, we do run into that here at Founders Plaza. And I don't know, maybe because the ground has gotten so cold over the last few days, we're in for more of it than usual today, as everything warms up above freezing. Well, we say aloha to Flight 119. Wheels up to Maui. Say good morning to Rohit Parkal. Hello to you, Rohit. That aircraft getting ready to take off to Billings, Montana is American Eagle 4095 and Embraer 175. But But you know what? The looks like the Emirates flight to Dubai has got a clear shot for taking off. Let's flip over to the east runways here. See if we can pick up on that.
4095, our nav to B Park, runway 18 left, clear for takeoff.
Thanks.
So we're listening to the east tower now for Emirates flight 222. And it looks like it's kind of turned away. Maybe it's, oh, it's still got a little ways to go before its takeoff position. Curtis Marduz, channel member, says, my dad worked for American for 46 years, and back in 1987, that's when American merged with Air Cal. Then, I believe a few months after that, they merged with Reno Air. Of course, my dad worked in Detroit, San Francisco, Los Angeles, and Burbank. Did that message make it to the screen? Yeah, it did. Okay. So that sounds like a very interesting career.
Nav to B Park, runway 18 left, clear for takeoff.
American 1907, DFW Tower, crossway turn, tire jet load parts of parallel, 1004, runway 17 center, clear land.
Clear land 17 center, American 1907.
Emirates 4 Mike Heavy, DFW Tower, nav to Sarah.
We're now seeing the unmistakable livery of Korean Air. This is Flight 32, a 7879 Dreamliner, and it is bound for, as you might expect, Seoul. So we will be seeing that taking off here in short order. Meanwhile, we're going to see if we can give you a glimpse of the takeoff of the Emirates 777 off to Dubai. So it's always a guess as to where it will lift off into the sky. So we're just going to kind of point our camera in this general direction, and we'll see if we can get lucky. We're still listening to the East Tower. Although in the background, you can no doubt hear the West Tower coming over the loudspeakers here.
American 377, DFW Tower, 1003, runway 17 center, clear land. American 2228, DFW Tower, crossway turbulence, runway 17 right, line up and wait.
17 right, line up and wait, American 2228.
So they're talking about 17 left, 17 right, 17 center. Those are all east side runways. Yeah, it looks like the Emirates flight is now rolling down 17 right for takeoff, and let's see if we can pick it out as it rises into the sky. And then we'll quickly go back and watch the Korean Air flight take off to Seoul.
2599, DFW Tower, runway 18 right, cleared to land, crossway turbulence, heavy Boeing 787, departing clear left.
Emirates 4 Mike Heavy, connect departure.
Flash is Emirates 4 Mike Heavy, thank you.
032 Heavy, our nav to B Park, runway 18 left, clear for takeoff.
Our to B Park, clear for takeoff, runway 18 left, clear air 032.
Okay, the Korean Air flight is now cleared for takeoff.
Line up and wait, runway 18 left, American 2496.
Once again, this flight 32 to Seoul. It's a 3-year-old Dreamliner-9 on runway DFW. Live from Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport in Texas. So there it goes, off to Seoul. Wood Doctor says, it almost seems as eastbound planes take off from the east side and westbound planes take off from the west side. That is generally the way it works, but not always. It's not a hard and fast rule. And I did ask about that when I had a chance to visit the control towers. And it's really all a matter of, capacity, or to some extent it's capacity. If they've got a lot of flights taking off on the west side and not too many taking off on the east side, they'll try to even it out between the east and west towers here. This is American 2496 going to Portland, Oregon, an Airbus A321. So yes, we will, on what we notice most often is, of course, UPS has a number of flights going to its home base in Louisville. And I would say, I don't know, I'd round it off, I'd say maybe 50 to 60% of the time those planes will take off from the west side. It's almost 50-50, really. American Eagle 3756. It's an E-Jet from Springfield.
Car 6465, contact departure. American 1955, our nav to B Park, runway 18 left, clear for takeoff.
Jim Rockford says hello, watching in Paris, Texas, doing a little fishing. Maybe we should speak more softly so as not to scare the little fishies. American Flight 1955 is what we're looking at here. It's an Airbus A321, and it is destined for the city adjacent, well, no, for San Diego. The city adjacent to Tijuana, I guess I could call it. Tijuana, I read recently, is now being served by American Airlines from Phoenix, I believe, at least, or maybe American Eagle from Phoenix. And at Tijuana Airport is apparently a pretty bustling facility, at least for flights within Mexico.
American 2786, turn left to high speed, cross runway 18 left to Gulf 8, and contact ground 0.85.
Ruba Haddad says, "Hi everyone. I was wondering if you guys could track my parents' flight from Dallas to San Francisco tonight. They'll be on United Airlines flight number 453 on an Airbus A320. Depends on when they go off. We'll probably be here till about 4 o'clock this afternoon Central Time. We'll see the Airbus A380 British Airways come in, and maybe a couple other flights around that time, and then we will bug out. So, but if we're here for it, come back on the chat and remind us, and if we're here, because I do like to offer that as a service to our viewers." Especially exciting when somebody is actually on a flight coming in or going out, and they get to see themselves while they're in motion. Technology's pretty amazing. I've told this story before. I was on one of the initial test flights of an air-to-ground data service. I was doing a report for my... I keep trying to remember if I have a copy of this. But it was an American jet and was outfitted with this technology which connected to cell phone towers on the ground as it was flying around. You know, this was pre-satellites. And I remember being able to browse some web pages slowly, although, you know, web pages weren't as complicated back then. This would have been, I can't remember when it was, early 90s probably. This is American 2448 to Sacramento, California, an Airbus A321. But anyway, I can say that I was on one of the first flights that had internet service for passengers. And it was a special flight. It left here at DFW, and then it came back to DFW. So for, you know, like a press availability. But I was messaging my colleagues back at the TV station. It was not robust enough of a connection, as you might expect, to be able to do anything like watch video, or I don't think it could even do audio. Of course, the in-flight internet experience is still pretty variable. I don't travel a lot, but in the rare occasions when I do, I try to test it out. And sometimes better than other times. American Flight 51 from London Heathrow Airport. This will be a 777-300 ER. Ending a 9-hour and 19-minute trip. That's a pretty good time. It's about 2 minutes away. So we will get ready to bring you the arrival of the next 777 here. And Beaker and Honeydew says, hopefully you'll be streaming this Friday. We leave DFW on an Airbus A380 to London Heathrow. If you're on, we'll be doing our moderating from 35,000 feet again. Well, I may be on Friday. Usually the A380 takes off before we can get set up. The earliest I can get here usually to get on the air is 7:30 p.m., and that is based on my work schedule. But make a mental note of that, Beaker and Honeydew, because I'd really like to get your plane taking off, and maybe at least I can get over here in time to record it taking off, and we can incorporate that in our regular show. We'll see what happens. But in any event, I wish you a great, great trip. H. Dot, channel member, dog walked, back home now, beautiful day. It is. Temperatures up to 40 degrees Fahrenheit here at DFW Airport. And once again, the winds are no factor whatsoever. My watch tells me they're coming in at 1 mile an hour from the southeast. So here comes the flight from Heathrow on Runway DFW. Always a treat to see these big jets coming and going.
American 640, approaching American 51 Heavy, turn left to high speed, cross runway 18 left to Whiskey Mike, contact ground 185.
Left turn, cross, 18 left with Whiskey Mike, ground point, 85, American.
Sim Wilson says about 20 minutes ago, and you saw it here, American Flight 119 Heavy departed for Kahului, being operated by a 787-8, and he gives the N number, which is the only wide-body plane I've ever flown on. Chicago to DFW in June of 2018. And there's a man who keeps notes. Patrick is urging our viewers to depress the like button. Thank you, Patrick. American Flight 123 is about to enter. No, it is entering your screen. That is it there. It is a 787-8 Dreamliner. It is going to Honolulu. So we'll see that taking off here presently. In the meantime, we've got this Airbus A321. It's American Flight 3308 going to Salt Lake City in Utah. And it looks to be the next to depart, unless I am mistaken, which occasionally I am. Wood Doctor says, which domestic wide bodies do you see fly in and out of DFW? Well, we've seen the A350-1000 today, just on this broadcast. We've seen the Dreamliners -9 and -8. We've seen the 777s, 200s and 300s. That's just today. We will, later this afternoon, see the British Airways A380, which is the only super jumbo passenger jet that we currently have operating in and out of here. We don't have any 747 passenger jets on making the scene here, unfortunately. We should see later this afternoon the A350-900 and the A300, no, the A330, I think. We do not see any 767 passenger jets here unless it's a charter. There's no regularly scheduled 767 wide bodies in and out of here. Delta and United operate those, but not to DFW Airport currently, as this is a hub for neither of those carriers. Well, before we get some more wide body action here at the airport, I think it's time we do this. Let's alert the affiliates. You're watching Runway DFW live and in color from Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport in Texas. My name is Walt, and we'll be with you till about, 4 o'clock this afternoon, Central Time, as we begin our third hour of telecasting from one of the world's busiest airports. So hang out with us if you can. Put us on in the background. We love being with you here on Runway DFW. So there's a Volaris Airbus A320neo. Looks like it's going to make a takeoff from the short T. It's about a quarter mile south of the regular takeoff point there on runway 18 left. But I guess it doesn't need that much runway, and it saves a little taxiing time. This is off to Guadalajara. And hello to our new subscriber. And yeah, I think we are going to be getting a lot of atmospheric distortion as we go into the afternoon here, due to the shift in temperatures. The ground pretty much froze up while we were away from you the last few days, and now everything is thawing out. It's our first frontier flight of the afternoon or the morning. This is flight 1961, headed to Las Vegas, and when it makes the turn, we'll see if we can show you Marshall the ring-tailed cat, which is emblazoned on the tail of this Airbus A320.
Tower American 123 Heavy is ready.
123 Heavy ready, continue via Hotel to Whiskey Foxtrot.
American 123 Heavy Hotel to Whiskey Foxtrot.
So 6399 DFW Tower 18 left, line up away.
Oh, and Wood Doctor says, sorry, I meant domestic-bound passenger flights as far as wide bodies. Well, only American operates domestic wide bodies out of here to Maui and to Honolulu, occasionally to Chicago and Los Angeles and Philadelphia and Charlotte. I'm trying to think of any other places American flies domestically wide-bodied jets. American's thing here is the frequency of service, so it tends to fly to the coasts on the narrow-body jets. And also, because we're so centrally located here in Dallas, I don't think any domestic destination, at least in the 48 contiguous states, is outside of is more than a 3-hour flight, I don't think. So there's the ring-tailed cat, if you can see it. We got pretty low contrast here because of the angle of the sun. It'll improve as the afternoon goes on. Anthony Guinan, did any airline ever fly a Dornier 328 from DFW? Interesting jet. And yes, if you look at our archive, you will see, and I think occasionally we still do see it. I haven't seen it recently, but Denver Air Connection has a couple of those jets. They're high-winged, that is, the wing is attached to the top of the fuselage. And as I understand it, they were originally designed as turboprop planes, which were, the design was essentially carried forward with jet engines. So it's a very interesting looking plane. Flight 123 to Honolulu. This is the This is the 777-800 going to Honolulu.
406 DFW Tower, 18 right, cleared to land, caution clear turbulence, heavy boy 787, departing the trail end. Care flight 4, DFW Tower. Care flight 4, departure BHR risk, use caution, the wind is 120. Runway 3778, cross runway 18 left to Whiskey Kilo, contact ground 185. Runway 3526, cross runway 18 left to Gulf Bay, contact.
We're talking about domestic destinations for wide-body passenger planes. Occasionally we'll see an American Airlines plane going to or from Tulsa, Oklahoma, but Tulsa's where American has a maintenance base, and so those planes do not have passengers.
American 123 Heavy, contact departure.
American 123 Heavy, contact departure.
And it was care flight 23.
Like Tulsa.
We've got a helicopter in the vicinity, a care flight helicopter, which is a medical evacuation and transport helicopter. I'm not seeing it on the radar. Often those aircraft will come in down the center of the airport between the east and west sides. This American Eagle E-Jet has no identifying information on Flight Radar 24, so don't know where it's coming from. Don't know the flight number. I guess I could expand the map and see where it came from. So if I did that, I would see that it originated in Monterrey, Mexico. So Anthony Guinan with a $5 super chat. He's a channel member. Says 16 months, good times always inked in on the calendar. Thank you, Anthony. And Anthony says that 328 flies to Phoenix. And yeah, I was kind of sad when it didn't fly here anymore. But I think I pulled that out as a video clip on our videos page. If you have any interest in seeing that plane, I know I've used it as a thumbnail before. You're looking at Spirit Flight 541. It's going to Phoenix, Arizona. It's an Airbus A321.
Air Flight 4, proceed eastbound on the Vista Ridge. Air Flight 4, you can contact East Tower 126.55. 6463 DFW Tower, runway 18 right, clear to land, the wind is 1303.
I should probably put on some sunscreen before too long here.
Speedway 541, contact departure. American 617 DFW Tower, runway 18 right, clear to land on Liscrown.
So there is a care flight helicopter to the north of us. It's kind of right in the flight path of arrivals here on 18 right, which is why they were in contact with the tower. The helicopter, according to flight radar, is operating at an altitude of about 700 feet. The incoming planes are at that location are about 2,000 feet, so it's much lower than the incoming planes. And of course, I'm sure the controllers are very cognizant of that in the wake of what happened in Washington a few weeks back. Lenny S. has presented us with a $4 super chat. Looks like a cup of coffee there. Thank you, Lenny. John Lyles says, good morning. Me and the wife are headed to Founders Plaza right now. See you soon. Well, I look forward to seeing you, John. Come by and say hello. Wellington Flights Live, our friend Kevin from down in New Zealand says, morning all. Been lurking a little, but want to say a bit of hello to you all, and of course to me. Hope you're having a great day. Thank you so much, Kevin. Always nice to know you're peeking in. I do the same whenever I can on your streams. So, hello, Kevin. He'll often take a look at the camera and show off his chapeau. He's got very, very unique headwear. Well, not unique, but it's him. When you see it, you know it's him. So, hello, Kevin, and I look forward to your adventures in Sydney coming up with us. What are they called? Spotterfest, and I guess you'll see Warren there, Waz Radio, and you'll see Skittles, and so it should be a great time. I'll try to make it there one of these years. And so now it's a little quiet here. So I think what I'm going to do is put on our quad view here so you can see what's going on. I'm going to go to my vehicle. And by the way, I have a story about my vehicle to tell you about. And I will do that when I return. But I got to go put some sunscreen on. So while I do that, we will ply you with some of our patented music, and we'll be right back.
Scope 6463 at Alpha, cross runway 18 left, and contact ground 465 on time for ground.
right, we're back. I've lathered up here in order that I might escape the rays of the sun. And we'll be back. Oh, we are back with more stuff for you from DFW Airport.
Alaska 392 at Whiskey Mike. Runway 18 left, taxi via the
Well, we didn't miss too much, I don't think. We have American Flight 3244 from Fresno, California. And Airbus A320 about to touch down. So let's look to the northern skies and bring you that here on Runway DFW. So I was going to tell you my latest car story. That's coming up right after this landing. So while I was applying suntan lotion, I got to see Joe, who's been in the chat here, and John Lyles just arrived. They don't live too far away. And I met someone named John as well, who is also a subscriber. So Joelle says, good morning or good afternoon to all. I guess I can take out the standby there, can I not? Yes. Put back in our clock. All right. Okay, so Johnny Dodge wants to know, Walt, where's the Hummer? Now, for the last couple of broadcasts, we've been traveling here in a Hummer. And now that and I have to say, I was so curious. This is a loaner from the dealer because my car had been in the shop for, I think, since about Halloween. So I hadn't seen my car since last year. So now my car is back. And there it is there. It's being photobombed there by other folks here at Founders Plaza. But there it is, my Chevrolet Bolt, which I took it in for some electrical, not related to the motor, but related to the OnStar system, which for some reason, part of it also lets you make hands-free calls, and I wasn't able to do that, and that was my main concern. So I took it in last fall, and they replaced a module, but after they did that, they couldn't get the module to talk with the rest of the car, and they chalked that up to a programming issue, which they were at the mercy of Chevrolet, their Chevrolet overlords for. And they hadn't been able to resolve it until this week. And so now I've got my old car back. There it is. So that's my story. Now, I was a little unhappy with the way it was returned to me, because I'm getting in this car that I hardly recognize, and dangling from below the dashboard is this like random red wire. So I go in and they address that issue, and then I go over to the Hummer to put my things from the Hummer into the Bolt, and I open the rear hatch of my car, and it's all torn apart. They didn't put it back together. So I had to sit in the dealer for another half hour, 45 minutes or so while that was addressed. So anyway, everything's good now. Kevin Lawler has gifted a Runway DFW membership. Thank you to Kevin Lawler, and the recipient is John Lyles, who has just pulled in over here, so very cool. Aero Astro says, was the Hummer loaner they gave you the EV1? Yes, it was. And I have to tell you, it was the biggest vehicle I've ever driven. Hummers are very wide. Also, I looked it up out of curiosity, and the sticker price on that vehicle was $100,000, which is about 4 times more than I paid for my car. I was scared to drive it, literally, and it barely fit in our garage. So, I would like a car a little bigger than the one I have now, which after driving larger SUVs since I've had this one, the Hummer I think was the 4th loaner that I've had, all SUVs. And but I did kind of welcome the extra space of a larger SUV. My car is not quite an SUV, it's more of a hatchback, I guess. It's pretty spacious inside, but it doesn't have quite the rear storage space that an SUV provides. I've found the new Kia has a new van coming out. I guess they're going to introduce it formally in a few days, but the initial pictures of it, it kind of looks like the Volkswagen, the new Volkswagen bus electric. But I looked into the Volkswagen and I really like the way it looks. I think it's really cool, but it has very low range compared to other contemporary electric vehicles. So I don't think that's going to be for me. If you haven't guessed by now, I'm an electric guy. I like electric vehicles. And if I get one after what I've got now, it'll be electric. This is American Flight 1924 to, I believe, Hayden, Colorado. Am I right about this? I'll have to double check that. It's a 737-800. So my car is 5 years old. I think it's got about 125,000 miles on it. I had the battery replaced under warranty on my car, so the battery's only been in there since about 80,000 miles. So it's relatively fresh. American Flight 1685 is going to Phoenix, Arizona. It's an Airbus A321. There you see it with the East Tower in the distance. My wife, Charlene, says hello to all. I'm buried in Walt's laundry chores. He pays me in food. I do appreciate her popping the laundry in. I always invite Mrs. Runway DFW to come along with me, but I have yet to coerce her. It might be kind of boring for someone who's... I mean, I put myself in her shoes, and if you're not really interested in airplanes, what are you going to do for 5 or 6 hours out here? I tell her she could always hop in the car and go shopping or something. So off to Phoenix goes flight 1685. Here we are. Out here at Founders Plaza. It looks empty from that point of view, but if we look over here to the east of us, you'll see plenty of plane spotters, some already in short sleeves on this Saturday morning. Well, Saturday afternoon, I guess now. We've warmed up to 42 degrees, so it's we've gained about 10 degrees since we've been here. Fahrenheit. Just Planes Crazy channel member says good afternoon. Marco Celli says Kevin, the other Kevin of Airline Videos Live, just got a new car. I think he got a Land Cruiser, Toyota Land Cruiser. I think that's what he got. That should be plenty big. Although again, that would not be a vehicle I would get because it doesn't yet have an electrified version. But anyway, I'm kind of interested in the new Kia van. I'd like to see. Now, I guess some people are saying it will not be sold in the U.S., which I think would be a mistake. So we'll see. Luke says, Walt, I will peer pressure Mrs. Runway DFW to come down for a stream when me and the missus come down. Well, that would be super. I would love for her to meet up with you guys. We're looking to the north here for American Flight 1667, which is to arrive from Seattle. And Airbus A321 is still about a minute away. There on the left of the screen, you see the beacon here at Founders Plaza, which rotates around at night. If we look a little bit to the left here, you can see our camera. Is that camera 3 or 4? I guess I've got that in as camera 3 today. See that sign there? There's something attached to the post there. That's providing us with this panoramic view of what's going on here.
RNAV to land, wait left, clear for takeoff, American 1960.
Brandon says, since you have 2 EVs for your house, do you have a level 2 charger? I do have a level 2 charger, but we only have 1 EV. My wife has a Toyota Prius. And it's not a plug-in hybrid. Wellington Flights Live says, Walt, is your remote camera in the forbidden land beyond the fence, or is that okay? The fence has been there for over 6 months now, hasn't it? That fence has been there, this fence has been here for, I keep meaning to go back to our archived broadcasts and see when that went in, but I think it's been a year now, maybe more. But yes, the camera, I just popped it over the fence on the tripod. I didn't actually set foot on the other side of the fence. I'll show that to you in a minute. There's a flight from Seattle. So let's see if I can do this. So there's our view from over the fence, and so here's what here's how this shot is coming to you from. For you technical people, it's hooked up via NDI, so it's wirelessly transmitting to our hotspot here, as is the camera on the signpost. Well, and they're really just repurposed phones, as you can see. So that is the camera that is giving us this shot. Thomas Greeny with a $10 super chat. Thank you for that. Well, I guess my time spent with Kevin and AVL paid off, and this appeared on my for you subscribed and looking forward to great content. When do you usually stream, my guy? Well, we don't have a fixed schedule here at Runway DFW, as unlike Kevin of AVL, this is not my full-time job, so I gotta kind of squeeze it in when I can. And so I've got a full-time job, I've got domestic chores which have to be done on occasion, I've got a grandson to go see and to help him get to school and back sometimes, and so those are all factors that weigh in to our broadcasts. And then also there's the weather. We don't have any real sheltered spots here at DFW Airport to do a program from. We can, in a pinch, do one from the parking garage at Love Field in Dallas. So we do that occasionally, but that all adds up to we just don't have a regular schedule. We try to be here, like this week, we've only been here twice, on Monday and today, Monday night and today, Saturday. We're generally, I try to make the scene here on Saturdays. So that's at least some consistency. And we usually try to come to you at least one night per week with our After Dark broadcast. That almost always starts at 7:30 Central Time, but the nights can vary. Like last week, we were on Monday night because that was the night before a big hard freeze. Usually it's Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday nights. But maybe on Friday night I'll be here because Beaker and Honeydew is off on the A380. So maybe we can make a special exemption for that. So to answer your question, we don't really have a regular schedule here at Runway DFW. So I urge you, I compel you, I can't compel you, but I suggest that you use the notification bell function of YouTube on our channel to alert you to upcoming broadcasts. Very rarely do we have a broadcast that is not pre-announced. I want to say 24 hours ahead of time. Sometimes it's a little less than that, but at least 18 hours we usually give you before we go on the air.
American 2926, RNAV to land, runway 18 left, clear for takeoff.
RNAV to land, clear for takeoff, 18 left, American 2926.
American 2824, DFW Tower, runway 18 left, line up and wait.
18 left, line up and wait, American 2824.
There goes flight 4271, American Eagle, on its way to Abilene, Texas. And you hear now roaring off an Airbus A321. See if we can reset this camera to bring that to you. This is an Airbus A321 off to, I want to say, Tucson, Arizona.
American 2824, nav to B Park, runway 18 left, clear for takeoff.
You might have heard that the next plane was cleared for takeoff before this plane even left the runway.
Line up and wait, 18 left, envoy 3480.
And there it goes. It's an Airbus A319 off to Eagle, Colorado. American flight 2824. Turning out to be a very nice day here. I would anticipate a very good in-person crowd here for the departure of the for the arrival of the A380 later this afternoon. That's due to come in around 3 o'clock-ish. I did see it, get the notification that it had taken off from London Heathrow this morning. So let me see what the latest is on that.
American 2824, contact departure.
Good day, American 2824.
I do see that we will be greeted by an Atlas Air 747, as we saw on our poster today. That is due to come in around a little after 2 o'clock Central Time, so about 2 hours and 20 minutes from now. That's coming in from Anchorage.
Runway 18 left, line 48, American 1231.
I'm trying to see. When British Airways hang on, I'm doing some calculations here. So British Airways flight 193, an Airbus A380, took off a little late, about 20 minutes late from London, but it is estimated to arrive before 3 o'clock at 2:43 specifically. So in just about 2 hours from now, we'll see the Airbus A380 arrive, the only one we get to see here.
American 1099, DFW Tower, runway 18 right, clear to land.
And Wellington Flights Live says only 10 more days until he goes over to Sydney for the Spotter Fest. Very exciting. Been counting it down for 300 days now, so that is very cool. What we got coming in here? What is this? It looks like a United Airbus. I'm going to say that's an old plane.
Smells 4953, our nav to B Park, runway 18 left, clear for takeoff.
So it's like 1350 coming in from the mile-high city of Denver, Colorado. That's not as old as I thought it might be, 17-year-old, but they never repainted it in the current United livery, which made me think maybe it was a little older than that. Well, for you viewers who like to see something other than American Airlines planes, we have another non-American Airlines jet now poised for takeoff. It is Delta Flight 929 going to Salt Lake City in Airbus A220, and of course we always crank it up for these because, well, you know, it's going to sound...
Our nav to land, runway 18 left, clear for takeoff.
Our nav land, 18 left, clear
There's American Flight 1288. It's going to Puerto Vallarta in Mexico. That's a 737-800. But I've already heard the roar of this, or the growl of the engines on this plane. I've never been on an Airbus A220. Do you hear, if you are, do you hear that kind of strange growling noise in the as a passenger?
Good afternoon, runway 18 right, could land when 214. Delta 929, RNAV to B park, runway 18 left, clear for takeoff. RNAV to B park, clear for takeoff, runway 18 left, American 1288, departure, have a good night. Departure, have a good day, American 1288.
Huh. I don't think we got that Wookiee growl from this takeoff. Disappointing.
American 569, traffic in position, cross runway 18 left taxiway, Whiskey Mike, turn right on Foxtrot Alpha, contact runway, start off the Alpha Bridge, please, have a good night.
And now we've gotten to one of those quiet times again. We do have American Eagle Flight 6222 from Durango coming in on CRJ 701ER.
American 1099, cross runway 18 left Alpha, ground point 6, start off the bridge, please, good night. Delta 929, got departure today.
Go departure, happy Saturday.
Thanks. Wind 2106.
Nicholas says hello, good day. Hello, good day to you. Tanman 3880 says, tech question, anyone know how the planes get their satellite or their Wi-Fi signal? Satellites, I'm guessing. Well, the newest technology is satellites.
Line up and wait, 18 left, envoy 3666.
I think Panasonic has a system, and now the Elon Musk company, what is that called? I'm trying to remember. Starlink? They now supply high-speed Wi-Fi to aircraft. But as I was mentioning earlier in the broadcast, I was on a plane which had one of the original systems on it as a demonstration, and it was based on the concept that there was an antenna on the bottom of the plane, and it would talk to ground stations that were strategically placed along the routes. And, it worked, but it was not quite as consistent as satellite service could be. So I think all the modern systems rely on satellites for making the connection. Starlink, yes. I did come up with that name eventually. Marcocelli says, hi, Walt. Curtis says, Frontier doesn't have Wi-Fi on their aircraft. Well, that's, it does cost some money to install Wi-Fi on aircraft, and so that is why I think as you run into more budget carriers, you won't find any. there's some flyers who actually kind of look forward to an hour or 2 or 3 or 4 without being disconnected from the world for a few hours. But in this day and age, some people just get anxious when that happens, when they don't have access to the outside world, when their social media is all cut off.
Departure Runway 3686.
Aero Astro wants to know what the most unique or exciting plane you've spotted at DFW would be, and that would be the Antonov AN-124. That was very cool to see, and it was, the time I saw it, I've seen it twice now, but the first time I saw it was totally unexpected. I had no idea it was here. And again, if you'll look at our videos page here on YouTube, you can find a takeout of that as a separate video.
Envoy 4030, DFW, traffic, good afternoon, runway 18 right, clear to land, 12103. American 2214, RNAV to B Park, runway 18 left, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, 18 left, RNAV to B Park, American 2214.
Envoy at 3383, DFW, traffic, good afternoon, runway 18 left, line flight.
18 left, line flight, Envoy 3383.
Lenny S says, "What a beast, the Antonov." It's come in here several times since I've last seen it. And, you know, it's one of those planes I'd make a special trip to see if I could, but I can't always make the scene, as they say. And for those who don't know, the Antonov AN-124, it's a cargo plane, 4 jet engines, but a very distinctive looking, very large aircraft.
Envoy 3383, RNAV to Laren, runway 18 left, clear for takeoff.
It was
Runway 18 left, clear for takeoff, Envoy 3383.
Envoy 3670.
built in Ukraine, is where the Antonov aircraft plant was. And I believe it's a Soviet-era design. There's American Flight 3677. This is American Eagle Flight 3677. It's an Embraer 175 LR going to Montrose, California, Montrose, Colorado.
Envoy at 3677, RNAV to B Park, runway 18 left, clear for takeoff.
RNAV B Park, clear for takeoff, 18 left, Envoy 3677.
Okay, 6431, DFW traffic, good afternoon, runway 18 left, line flight, we're spacing. Envoy 3383, got a first for today.
Over departure today, Envoy 3383.
Okay, 6431, DFW, runway 18 left, line flight.
It's American Eagle 4030, checking in from Lafayette, Louisiana, an Airbus or an Embraer 175. A flight of, well, it doesn't say here.
Envoy 4030,
No, it does.
runway 18 left to golf,
An hour and 3 minutes. Tanya Clemens says, "Hello, I'm watching with my dog Joe today." Well, hello Joe, and hello Tanya.
Over departure, Envoy 3677, good day.
Aero Astro says the AN-124 is cool. I live near Cape Canaveral, and they fly in here often to deliver space payloads and satellites.
Good land, 18 right. Are we here just by the final bridge? By 2532.
Yeah.
Got an Avianca jet on the move. It's coming our way to take off to San Salvador. It's an Airbus A320. We have an Airbus A321 about to land over here. That plane coming to us from Portland, Oregon, flight 2216. Beaker and Honeydew says the current ATC controller is such a kind controller, but a fast talker. Yeah,
American 2216 cross runway 18 left taxiway Whiskey Mike, traffic in position. Turn right on Foxtrot Alpha, contact us.
sometimes I wonder.
Cross 18 right, Whiskey Mike, right on Fox, contact ground, American 22.
I mean, if I was a pilot, I'd have to say, sometimes I have to say, could you say that again? We have Frontier Flight 2532 from Phoenix. Let's see what's on the tail. I couldn't quite make it out on my little 2-inch monitor here. Let's see what flight radar tells us. That was the Great Curacao on the tail.
American 2542, steady visual, 18 right land, airport need.
Flight 2532 from Phoenix, an Airbus A321.
Wind calm. Eastside just called reported birds 1,200 feet on final. They were eastbound, headed westbound. Sorry, eastbound.
American 2552, copy, and clear to land, 18 right.
Yeah, I think the controller was just saying there's some birds on final that have been reported. So you saw the tail of the Avianca jet there. Let's check out the livery. Does it have... Oh, it has the newer, or the newest Avianca livery with the lowercase a in Avianca. Sometimes you wonder, if you're going to make a change, why make it so subtle? I had the same question come to mind when Southwest Airlines was it Southwest? No, wait.
American 420 RNAV, departure runway 18 left, clear to off.
What airline was it? Oh no, I'm thinking of something else entirely. I'm thinking about Walmart. They unveiled a new logo, and it looks almost exactly the same as the current one. Very slight typography change. And yet, you know, they're going to spend millions and millions of dollars to change signs and printed matter and whatnot for a new logo which looks pretty much the same as the old one to the untrained eye.
W Tower, good afternoon, American 2626 on the visual course on 18 right.
American 484, taxi at Echo Alpha, hold short of runway 18 left. Your call
Channel member Patrick Lloyd is saying hello to everyone. Hello, Patrick.
American 481.
Thank you. American 777, RNAV, departure runway 18 left, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, 18 left, RNAV, depart American 777.
182KTFW says, I pulled birds out of a spinner prop and a radome nose when I worked at DFW. Here's American Flight 777. It's going to Las Vegas. And that's why it's Flight 777, because it's, lucky numbers. You want those to come up on the slot machine, right? 777. Ding, ding, ding.
American 2635, RNAV to Lair and runway 18 left, clear for takeoff.
RNAV Lair on 18 left, clear for takeoff, American 2635.
Wind calm. American 777, contact departure, have a nice day.
Departure, good day, American 777.
American 3050, continue track, good afternoon, runway 18 right, for land.
Got our first MAX 8 of the afternoon coming in from Santa Ana.
American 2542, taxi via Echo.
American 2626.
American 2542.
Saga 441, continue track, good afternoon, runway 18 left, left wait.
I don't think American has a number of MAX 8s, but they don't fly too many of them into and out of DFW so far. We've seen more in recent months, but I think they're primarily used on the East Coast.
Hey, Dallas, American 1812, visual 20 right.
Saga 441, RNAV.
So the flight we caught headed off into the sky there was flight 2635 to Ontario, California.
Skywest 4934, continue track, good afternoon, runway 18 left, line wait.
18 left, line up at Skywest 49.
American 2635.
There's that Avianca logo.
American 2635.
American 2626, taxi via Echo and Whiskey Mike, hold short, runway 18 left, please.
Echo Whiskey Mike, hold short, 18 left.
Yeah, once again, this flight is about to jet off to San Salvador. I saw this week that American is expanding its flights to Liberia in, is that in El Salvador? I'm trying to remember now. Somewhere in Central America.
Skywest 4934, RNAV to Park, runway 18 left, clear for takeoff.
RNAV Park,
American 2807, continue track, good afternoon, runway 18 left, line for spacing, travel cross.
line up away, runway 18 left, American 2807.
I also saw something very interesting. An article about the top 5 busiest airports for private jets. Now, Dallas-Fort Worth is not one of them. But I think, what was it, number 2? No, number 3. And this is a 2023 ranking. The number 3 U.S. airport for business jets is Dallas Love Field. You're headed out? Good to see you. You got a membership, didn't you? Good for you.
We follow all the time from the house.
From the house? Well, she told me you're close. You can just come over here. You don't have to watch it on TV. Okay. Well, we're glad. Well, so nice to meet you. You're not going to stay here for 5 hours? No?
She said we don't have
Oh, the mall. Okay. No, I can't compete with the mall. Good to see you. Dale Hilton says, hello, Walton Moderation Federation. I joined late today. Well, there's no such thing as being late to Runway DFW. No penalty whatsoever.
American 1812, taxi Echo and Alpha, but hold short, runway 18 left.
Echo Alpha, hold short of 18 left, American 1812.
American 2807, RNAV to depart, runway 18 left, clear for takeoff.
RNAV depart, clear for takeoff, 18 left, American 2807.
American Flight 2807 is going to Bozeman, Montana. It is a 737-800. ASTNYB said, did anyone notice how Spirit Airlines changed their handwriting styled font on their logo to a fully solid black font? And no, I did not.
Thank you, runway 18 right, clear to land, wind 100 at 4, birds reported at 1,000 feet on final.
Clear to land, South bird, 1244. 18 right.
Dispatch still reporting birds have been sighted on approach. By pilots, and that of course is always a concern. Birds plus jet engines, never a good combination.
Runway 18 left, clear for takeoff.
Depart, clear for takeoff, 18 left, American 1883.
Convoy 3203, take the attack, good afternoon, runway 18 left, map point.
That's American Flight 1883 going to Jackson, Mississippi, in Airbus A319.
American 1969, are you up? Wind 1003.
It looks like we've just cracked the barrier of another hour of plane spotting here on Runway DFW.
RNAV depart, 18 left, clear for takeoff, Convoy 3603.
So just a little reminder, you're watching Runway DFW live and in color here on YouTube. We'll be here with you till around about 4 o'clock, I would say. We should be seeing the arrival of the Airbus A380 from London, British Airways humongous Speedbird. That will be taking place in the 2 o'clock hour Central Time. So stick around with us for more Runway DFW. We come to you from the friendly confines of Founders Plaza here at Dallas-Fort Worth Airport. The airport provides this facility for people to park and watch planes, and we've got a pretty good crowd here this afternoon. I think all the parking spaces in our general vicinity are occupado.
Traffic home, Whiskey Lima, class 18 left, over to Grand today, American 1244.
Wind 1004. Alpha 3603, got a first good night.
We're departure runway 3603, have a great day.
Of course, we're all constrained by the temporary fence, which, if you see in this picture, the sign, those large white signs, which used to be attached to the fence, have somehow fallen to the ground. Do I see any? I see one, two. I see a couple of them that are still intact. We placed one of our cameras on the other side of the temporary fence, just because we can.
Skywest 49 at 20, RNAV to depart, runway 18 left, clear for takeoff.
RNAV depart, runway 18 left, clear for takeoff.
Delta 2970, good afternoon, runway 18 right, clear land, wind 100 at 4, first reported at 1,000 feet up final.
You have just seen Flight 1969 arriving from Las Vegas, 737-800. Big shout out to our moderators who hang out with us and make sure you have a good experience. Beaker and Honeydew on board right now, random spotter. So thank you to you. If I'm missing anybody, I apologize as far as our moderation federation. I'd like to thank Going Slightly Mad for 20 months of Twin Jet memberships. And they say hello or hey, Runway DFW and fellow AV geeks. Thank you, GSM.
Runway 18 right, clear to land, wind calm, birds reported at 1,000.
And we get a you're welcome.
Envoy at 3645, RNAV to depart, runway 18 left, clear for takeoff.
182Q KFTW says Air Fleets, which is a great website, airfleets.net I think it is, shows American having about 370 Boeing 737s, with 70 being MAX 8s and 300 of them 737-800s. So thank you for that. Linny S says, way cool of DFW to have this area, and it is, and you know, my understanding that not a lot of airports provide this kind of public access. I know that Charlotte Airport recently opened up an area similar to this, but not too many airports boast this kind of a facility for just people to wander in, and you don't have to go through security. Parking is free. There's no powder rooms here. Linny S, a new Twin Jet member. Thank you, Linny S. And H. Dot has gifted a Runway DFW membership. Thank you, H. Dot. Ross Jin is our newest member. He's a long-time viewer. Louis DeHaan is a member. Good afternoon, Walt. Hello to you, Louis. Always good to see you on the channel. Aeromexico is now arriving from Mexico City. I think this is a MAX 8. It usually is. Let's see what we got here. MAX 8 for Mexico City, American. So you're saying American. Aeromexico Flight 1682 is what we see there. Aeromexico, in recent months, upgauged its service from Mexico City from an Embraer 190 to the MAX 8. Upgauged. Is that an airline term? I don't know. Just made that up.
Contact ground 121.85, please. Delta from the left of Foxtrot will wait for you. Delta 2970, when you make the right turn on Foxtrot, please give way to Air Mexico, right to left, 73.
American Flight 2719 now coming in from Phoenix, Arizona. There it is. Get a little better look at the aircraft as the afternoon goes on and the sun shifts positions. It's a little less of a silhouetted shot. It's an Airbus A321.
Right turn, heading 19 climb maintain 10,000, runway 18 left, clear for takeoff, Skywest 284.
182Q KFTW says today's the first day above freezing since Tuesday-ish. Normally not that cold around here for that long. We saw low teens in town and single digits in the surrounding communities, such as where the Runway DFW ranch is located.
American 2719, hold short of runway 18 left at Whiskey Lima, please.
Whiskey Lima, holding short of runway 18 left, American 27.
That is American 2177, destination San Francisco, an Airbus A321. Jacek Wixliak, I'm sure I mangled that name. I would like to fly to the USA someday. 11 hours from Warsaw. Well, I hope you get your wish. Travel is fun and educational. We say hello to Dingo Tunes, who I'm suspecting is probably from halfway around the world, but I'm just guessing. And just in case you're wondering, we do have atmospheric disturbance at ground level here because of it's been so cold recently. And it's kind of thawing out today, and with the sunshine, our long distance pictures not as clear as we would want them to be, but nothing we can do about that. Arriving from Denver, flight 2357, 737-800. Emery Yurtis with a $2 super chat. Where's that Airbus A321 going to? And the one we just saw taking off was going to San Francisco. San Francisco. So thank you, Emery, for that. Appreciate that very much. ASTNYB says I have flights to Incheon planned for this July. I'll come visit a live stream if I can on the plane. I remember when I was coming back from Seoul last September on American, and that was on a Dreamliner -9. The Wi-Fi wasn't working, or at least not the connection to the internet wasn't working. The Wi-Fi worked, I think, so you could get watch content that the plane had stored in its library of movies and shows and whatnot. But yeah, I was out of touch as far as connecting to the internet on that flight. It's American Eagle 3946 from Montrose, Colorado, in Embraer 175. Charles Bounce says, time for me to pack it up. See you later, Walt. Have a great rest of your day. Thank you, Charles. We're glad you could hang in there with us. Dingo Toon says, I would be correct, from New Zealand. Well, I'm sure you must be I hope you're an avid viewer of our friend Kevin at Wellington Flights Live. And if for some reason you've missed his broadcast, check it out, Wellington Flights Live. Old Man Knuckle channel member says, I'd love to see the old American Airlines bare metal livery on the 777, the best livery ever made. I'm with you on that.
777, runway 18 right, clear to land. Wind call, first reported at 1,000 feet on final.
And speaking of 777s, sounds like we've got one on the way in. American Flight 79 from London Heathrow. Let's check it out here on Runway DFW. Flight 79 departed from London Heathrow 9 hours and 25 minutes ago. It's a 12-year-old 777-300ER. But yeah, it would be kind of spectacular to see that as a bare metal. But that's is it 777? Does it have composite parts? I can't remember. One reason why American switched over to its current livery is because newer planes were partially composite, so they didn't have an all-aluminum body anymore.
American 1939, did you target afternoon? Runway 18 left, my point.
Runway 18 left, American 1939.
Envoy 3999, cut departure, what I said?
Roger, 96.
Nicholas asks, what are your favorite aircraft, country, and spot in Dallas? Well, my favorite airplanes in order are the 747, the Airbus A340-300, I'm going to say the 757, and I guess I'll throw in the A380 there.
Runway 18 left, clear takeoff.
Takeoff 18 left, RDM depart, American 1939.
Skywest 4956, going to be your tower, good afternoon. Traffic's underway, runway 18 left, line point for spacing.
We were talking about the Antonov AN-124. We don't see that very often. I'd love to see that more often. Josek says 777, my favorite airplane, so I'm glad we could bring that to you this afternoon. Beaker and Honeydew says the only composite parts on the current 777 is some of the control surfaces. The new 777X will have composite wings and a metal fuselage. Thank you for that information from our great mod, Beaker and Honeydew. Old Man Knuckle says a beautiful bird, the 777. Dingo Tunes letting us know that they're a definite supporter of Kevin and Wellington Flights Live. Adding that I really wish New Zealand had the Embraer jets.
Envoy 3820, cross runway 18, let's go off
Well.
contact ground 185 today.
Cross runway, let's go off 8 over 850,
We wish we had some dashies, so,
Cross runway 18,
you know,
Lima, contact
what can you do?
ground 85, please, other side today.
Whiskey Lima, cross 18 American 79, heavy.
Wind 07 North 3. American 1939, come to today.
Welcome to Starter 1939.
Now we're going to swing around our primary camera here to bring you the arrival of American Flight 2928 from Eagle, Colorado. A ski destination, as I understand it.
SkyWest 4956, RNAV to V Park, runway 18 left, clear for takeoff.
Takeoff 111, RNAV Park, SkyWest 4956.
American at 3295, DFW Airport, good afternoon, runway 18 left, last point for spacing.
995, Monday, left, American 3295.
There goes American Eagle Flight 4956. CRJ 701 ER off to Grand Island. And yes, I do recognize that it is getting to look a little, how shall we say, oasis-y as we point our cameras off in the distance there. Flight 3295 to Los Angeles. It's an Airbus A321, and that is what is kind of nosing into our shot there.
All right, 18 left, line up and right, I'll put 3694.
American 29 at 28, traffic is in position, cross runway 18 left at Whiskey Kilo, contact ground 185, please, today.
Cross 18 left, Whiskey kilogram 185, American 2928, good day.
Envoy 3934, cross runway 18 respect to Whiskey Lima, turn right on Foxtrot Alpha, contact ground, please express off the Alpha Bridge, please, today.
And off it goes to the City of Angels.
Alpha to and other ground on the top of the Alpha Bridge, Convoy 3934.
Tony Sisk with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Tony, to let us know that his favorites planes in order are the 747, the A380, 777, 787, 767, 757, 707, A320, A340, A321, Embraer E190. We gotta pop that in again. The CRJ 700, the MD-11, and Cessna. So there is the list of Tony's favorite planes. Thank you for sharing that with us. Tom Gander says hello to me and everyone in the chat.
Envoy at 3794, RNAV to V Park, runway 18 left, clear for takeoff.
Envoy 3794, RNAV V Park, clear for takeoff 18.
Tanya wants to know, is there one type of jet that you would say is better than the rest? Yeah, the ones that have 4 engines, followed closely by the ones that have 3 engines. I don't know. I'm all for there being efficient aircraft, ones that don't make a lot of pollution. I think that's the way things go. But I just have a nostalgia for the 4-engined aircraft because that's what I grew up with, looking up in the sky and seeing 707s and DC-8s.
American 2350, RNAV Valerian, runway 18 left. Clear for
Viva Aerobus approaches. Coming from Guadalajara on an Airbus A320. Viva Aerobus, a low-cost Mexican airline, I guess, you know, kind of like their equivalent of Frontier or Spirit Airlines here in the U.S. They fly here from Guadalajara and Monterrey, I think, and I don't know if they fly from Mexico City, but I think Guadalajara and Monterrey for sure. Tony Sisk with a $2 super chat to say you're welcome. Well, I say thank you to you, and so it all works out, I guess. But thank you for that.
Viva 526, cross, runway 18 left to taxiway Whiskey Lima.
Cross runway 18 left, yeah, Whiskey Lima, be back.
And a bit of a historical note here from 182Q KFTW. On this day in 1987, the Airbus A320 made its first flight. Old Man Knuckle with his favorite aircraft, the 747 MD-11 and the A380. You see something in common with all those planes? They all have more than 2 engines.
Good night. Wind 0705.
Josek says, is American Airlines better than United Airlines? Well, that's kind of a subjective question. And I probably have been on United Airlines before. I mean, what I'm saying is I'm not qualified to answer that question because I primarily fly on American Airlines. The last non-American Airlines plane I flew on was Korean Air, which is a very nice economy section. And by that I mean they have lots of legroom, more legroom than you get on most other airlines. Korean Air does in their economy. I flew them on an A380 from Los Angeles to Seoul last September. And my only gripe was that I had a window seat, and I love window seats generally, but for a flight that long, I really felt constrained. I wanted to get up and stretch my legs more often than I felt I could without being unneighborly to my seatmates. There's a 787-8, which is being moved about the cabin here, or moved about the runway. It just came out of the hangar here on the west side. So I imagine it's had a bit of R&R, get a little sprucing up, and it'll be off to its next destination. Actually, on the radar, it shows that it's going from DFW to DFW, flight 9786. So it's possible. They usually don't have a flight number on the planes which are going over to the terminal. So it's possible this could be on a test run of some sort, which happens occasionally at big airports like this. Maybe it's had some service and they just want to fly it around and make sure everything's A-okay.
Please give way to the super tug left to right at taxiway Gulf. Then you can continue across the Alpha Bridge, contact ground, 0.65 on top, please. Have a good day.
So we'll see if this is going out or not.
American 2766, use Echo Alpha, then cross runway 18 left, contact ground, 0.65 top of the Alpha Bridge, please. Have a good day.
Echo Alpha, cross 18 left, ground 65 on top of the
Sky 4907, change of plans. They're going to wait for you. Continue across the Alpha Bridge, ground 0.65 on top, please. Good day.
They'll wait for us over there. American with you, 170, visually correct.
American 60 Heavies, did you track it afternoon? Thank you. Runway 18 right, clear land, wind 080
Clear landing, right, American 60
On final approach now to runway 18 right is American Flight 60 coming in from Narita Airport in Tokyo.
American 9786 Heavies, View Tower, company 2.5 miles out, cross runway
That'll be a
18
777. So 777 alert for those of you who are interested. Of course, what you're looking at there is a Dreamliner. But we're about to see an American Airlines flight coming in from Mexico City, and behind that will be the flight from Tokyo.
Skywest 6442, traffic will get position on the left side, cross runway 18 left to taxiway Golf 8. Turn right on Foxtrot Alpha. Contact ground point 5 top of the Alpha Bridge, please. Have a good day.
So next up, American Flight 2006 from Mexico City. It'll be an Airbus A319. Did they switch over to, usually the American flights from Mexico City have been, in recent months, 737s.
Wind 0704. American 9786, have an understand you're coming back to DFW, just like pass along to the pressure controller. Is there an altitude you have to get up to or a fix that you're going to go to?
We can accept whatever you need, probably something in the mid-teens initially.
And do you want to fly, just for, so I can tell them, do you want to fly the entire route?
Affirmative. We're going to go up to Tulsa for some low approaches and then come back to DFW upon completion.
Thanks very much, I'll pass that along. American, American at 2806, top a little bit, position, you cross runway 18 left to taxiway Golf 8.
So I don't know how much of that you could hear with this.
Quick across 18 left and over to ground, American 2006. Good day.
This plane is going to take off and then return to DFW. It is some sort of a test flight or an evaluation flight, and the controller was asking the pilot what kind of route they're going to be taking. I couldn't quite make out all of it. But this again is flight 9786, which is leaving here and then taking off again from here. We are going to tear away from that for a moment to get the 777 coming in from London. Flight 60. So, tally-ho, jolly good and all that. Oh, and that was coming in from Narita Airport in Tokyo. What am I saying? 10 hour and 43 minute flight from London Heathrow. And now, here is this Dreamliner on its way to a round trip from DFW to DFW. No passengers on board that we know of. So again, this plane came out of the hangar, the American Airlines hangar, here on the west side of the airport. It's flight number 9786.
American 60 Heavy Truck with a position cross runway 18 left taxiway Whiskey Lima, contact ground point 85 on the side, please.
And we'll be seeing this plane again before too long. Tom Gander says, I wonder if the gear will stay down. Can we still see this plane? You guys generally see more than I see. So maybe you saw whether the gear went up or down. Hey, this is a good time. Good a time as any, I would say.
Good afternoon. Caution turbulence. Pre-departure was a heavy 787. Traffic crossing. Runway 18 left. Left away.
To take care of a little business we have here. And that business is saying thank you to our viewers who are members of Runway DFW. So let's pop in our thank you crawl on the screen. Say thank you to the members of this channel. I'd say countless members. You can count them, but there are a lot of them. And so we like to especially thank, of course, at the top here, James Webb, who is the official channel sponsor of Runway DFW and who also favored us with a big super chat earlier in the broadcast. Thank you so much, James Webb, for all you do for our little channel. Appreciate it very much. And I also like to give a shout out to our Quad Jet members, the highest level of membership here on Runway DFW. And there's some new names in there. This list was prepared at 4 o'clock yesterday afternoon, so if your name is not on here and you're a new member, watch for it on the next broadcast, okay? So, Airplanes FRA, Frankfurt, thank you. Alan J. Angela Smith, Anna the Dispatcher, Beaker and Honeydew. These are all Quad Jet channel members. Bev A, Cranky OG 757, Cubs Win, Deborah Klein, Dwayne C, James Webb, Josh Aldrich, KS Avgeek, Lori M, Michael Flannery, Michelle RS, I think we missed somebody in there, Mike G, Netgear, Patrick Wooters, Kirby Brooks Sr., that's who I missed, Pete Nordine, Raina Taylor, S35 Bonanza pilot, Sarah Deal, Simon 007, Skittles, Steve Lundaby, and Steve was here with us last week. Hello, Steve. Stuart Kircher, Texas Girl, another new Quad Jet member. Thank you, Texas Girl. TNT, oh my. Trident Ken. Want to get up? Go ahead. And Will Hutchison, those are our Quad Jet channel members. Thank you to all of you. And now you will see the names of all of our Tri-Jet and Twin Jet members over the next few minutes. And I thank each of you as well for being Runway DFW channel members. It means a lot. Helps us stay on the air, helps us pay for the minutes, the data that we have to use to bring these shows your way. Thanks again on Runway DFW. And so ends this musical interlude of Runway DFW. We get a lot of comments about our music here on the channel. Most of it is coming to us from a place called jinglesamplers.com. And most of what you hear was originally written to be used in commercials, radio commercials, television commercials. And if you put a stopwatch to our tunes, our last one was an exception, but if you put a stopwatch to our tunes, most of them are exactly 1 minute long. And at the 30-second point, there's usually some kind of a natural break where you can pick it up there so that they can be used in a 30-second commercial. So, the inner workings of Runway DFW. Wellington Flights Live says, Walt, what about that great set of merch you have? Oh, I don't really talk about that much. I'm probably the worst salesperson in the world. Here's our sweatshirt and our denim cap, and the link is on our page underneath our video and all that stuff, and you know. So we have some merch. Coffee mug, packable jacket, t-shirts. Yeah, I'm not a very good salesperson, but they're good products. If you want to show your Runway DFW colors, there you go. Thank you to Kevin at Wellington Flights Live. He's got merch too, I think. Ron C says, Walt, you're giving away all the inside secrets. Well, it's just between you and me. Don't let anybody else know. It's quiet here at DFW Airport, I must inform you. I wish I could say we had some action imminent, but we do not. It's like, it's almost as though the great controllers up there in the West Tower said, let's take 5, let's cool our jets here. Let's send everything over to the east side for a bit. We'll just kind of chill out. And I don't blame them. Tom Gander says, hey, Walt, did you get in touch with the guy at the helicopter show? You know, I've been so busy this week with non-Runway DFW stuff. I haven't had a chance to do that, and I should do that because that is coming up. He's talking about there's a helicopter show coming to downtown Dallas where there's going to be a fly-in at the convention center in downtown Dallas. And he thought that might be an interesting place to hang out for a bit. And I agreed with him. So I'll have to get on that this week. Thank you, Tom. Longhorn 400 says there's an Atlas Queen about 10 minutes away. Did somebody say Atlas Queen? There is the one we saw last weekend, or last Saturday, here on the channel. It's coming in from Mexico City, as I recall. Now this one, because its nose is pointed to the left side of the screen, that was after we had switched over to, well, actually that one was taking off. But it was when we switched over to South Flow, no, to North Flow, sorry. but we'll be seeing it come in the other direction shortly. So looking forward to bringing that to you in the next few minutes. A couple of American Eagle planes are now lining up for takeoff, the first of which, Flight 3632 to Fargo to number 175 here on Runway DFW. Tony Sisk has gifted a Runway DFW membership. Thank you, Tony. And Susie Q is the recipient of that largesse. So welcome. And again, Susie, you won't see your name on the scrolling list until next. I have to do that. I can't do that in real time, the list of our members. I've got to prepare that in advance. So we look forward to seeing your name on the scroll of honor for the next Runway DFW broadcast.
Departure, you do the same on Flight 3632.
There goes a CRJ 701ER. It's going to destination El Paso, Texas, in the west part of the state. Flight 4937. We have a new member to welcome. Let's see if I can call this up here. Well, no, it's actually another gifted membership from Tony Sisk, gifting 5 Runway DFW members. So thank you, Tony. So, new members include Javier Medina, Cato 67, Paul Pearson, Adelaide Alive, and Black Weather. So welcome to our new members. So they join Susie Q. And we continue to bring you the flights. Next arrival is American Flight 2302 from Querétaro in Mexico. It's a 737-800. We have 4 cameras to bring you all the action today. The one in the upper left-hand corner of the screen is our primary camera. Not a lot to see right now. So we'll get ready for the flight from Querétaro on Runway DFW. I should have put a tracker on that that Dreamliner that took off a little while ago. See where it was going. keep an eye on it. But I didn't.
American 2302, cross runway 18, left taxiway Whiskey Lima. Golf to ramp on the trip. You have a good day.
Is this another gifted membership by Tony Sisk? Thank you, Tony. And the recipient is Shanna T. So thank you. Well, it's very generous of you. I appreciate that. Navy Jack says hello. Hello to you. And Daryl Ann Monroe is checking in from South Africa. Happy to see you here as well. American Flight 2904 from San Francisco is coming into view now. It's an Airbus A321 on runway DFW. Live from Founders Plaza. Remind you that we're about to have an Atlas Air 747 coming in from Anchorage. Be here in about 3 minutes. There's one plane ahead of it, and that's going to be American Eagle 3582 from Columbia.
American 29040, cross runway 18, left taxiway Golf 8.
Columbia, Missouri, I believe. So we'll watch that plane come in, and then we will get ready to welcome our first queen of the afternoon. I see Gerard in the house. Hello, Gerard. Another one of our great mods.
Tower, Giant 8193 Heavy, visual runway 18 right.
Giant 8193 Heavy, DFW Tower, good afternoon. Runway 18 right, clear to land, winds 090 at 4.
18 right, clear to land, Giant 8193 Heavy.
Okay, Bob Wintle says I'm tracking that flight is near Thackerville, Oklahoma now. Thackerville, just over the Texas border, where I believe there's a casino. And he's talking about a Dreamliner, which left here on a flight plan from DFW to DFW. So the 747 will be next. First, we say thank you to Dale Helton, who says the American Airlines Boeing 787-8 Dreamliner with the tail number had several diversions and maintenance issues in January and February. So thank you for that $5 super chat. Thank you for the information. So the plane that is flying around, I guess, is being evaluated. Or maybe it's had some repairs and they're just giving it a once-over before it goes back into service. Thank you for that deep dive into aviation information, Dale.
American 1601, DFW Tower, good afternoon. Convoy turbulence over 6 miles per hour, heading to 47. Convoy at 3580 feet, cross runway 18, left taxiway Golf 8, Golf to ramp on this frequency. Have a good day.
Cross runway 18 left is Golf 8, Golf to ramp at 3582.
So the Queen of the Skies touching down from Anchorage.
American 2564, coming have a nice day.
That was a flight duration of 5 hours and 39 minutes. A 747-400.
DC 4560, good afternoon. DC-45, roger, cross runway 13 right at Alpha 7, no one's inbound or outbound. Let me know when you're off the runway. Giant 8193 Heavy, right for taxiway Bravo, Bravo to the ramp, or sorry, Charlie to the ramp on this frequency. Have a good day.
Bravo, Charlie with you, Giant 8193.
Giant 8193 celebrating 25 years
1999.
and a 20th century plane it is.
Thanks very much.
Thanks again to all of our channel members. Emery Urchis with a $5 super chat. Hey Walt, do you know what aircraft American is using on its Dallas to Incheon route? And most recently, it's been a 777 of some variety. As I've said, I flew last fall between Seoul and here. It was a Dreamliner -9, but since that time, it's most of the times I've seen that flight, it's been 777, either 200 or 300.
Alaska 909 to use Howard. Good afternoon, runway 18 left on way.
18 left on way, 909.
So what are we looking at here? This would be United Airlines Flight 1380 to Denver, an Airbus A319. And then alongside of it,
Alaska 909.
Alaska Airlines Flight 909 to Seattle, to 737-900. Plane we don't see too much of here.
1601.
American Airlines does not operate this variant. So again, this is a United 1380 to Denver, an Airbus A319. Looks like it's waiting for authority to take off.
United 1380, tower runway 18 left on point. Runway 18 left, United 1380. Runway 3819 to Gulf 8, cross 1 left, ground 25.
Gulf 8, cross 1 left, 85 minutes, runway 3819.
And Tony, I think I answered your question where it's going. It's going to Denver, this plane is. It's a 17-year-old A319. I think we saw this come in earlier. And again, it is bearing the previous United Airlines livery with the smaller United branding on the fuselage.
United 1380, RNFB Park, 18 left, stop for takeoff. RNFB Park, clear for takeoff, 18 left, United 1380. Bridge point 20, Tower 1 right, for Leon, call.
Beaker and Honeydew says it's the top of the hour. It's the top of the hour again. This day is just, it's flying by, I have to say. Well, here we go again. You're watching Runway DFW live and in color from Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport. My name is Walt, and we'll be here with you for the next couple hours with more stuff. This should be the hour in which we see the arrival of the British Airways Super Speedbird A380 coming in from London Heathrow. So stick with us for that and all the action from Runway DFW. So this is me. I'm Walt. This is my camera. Well, that's one of them. That's another one of them. That's another one of them. And that's another one. So we've got 4 cameras for you to show you all the action, of which there is none right now. So, but we're about to see the arrival of American Flight 2220 from Minneapolis-St. Paul, a 737-800. All the excitement that accompanies such an arrival. All the hoopla. Linny S is amused by something.
2220, Echo Alpha, hold short of 1 left. Echo Alpha, hold short of 1 left.
Let me see if I can get you an update on the A380 progress. Okay, I finally got a tracker on flight 9786. That's the that's the Dreamliner Dash 8 we saw take off, which is due to come back here to DFW Airport after taking off on some sort of an evaluation mission. It's now in southern Oklahoma, approaching the town of Wewoka. I was going to see what we can expect from Flight 193. Still estimated to arrive at 2:43. So it's about a half hour from now. It's going to be here early today if this all plays out. We're talking about the Airbus A380 coming in from London. So looking forward to that, as always. So let's get back to the action. Do we have some action? Yes, we do. We have American Flight 415 from Austin, Texas, the capital of our state. It's a 737. And the wind is picking up. After being calm for, since we've gotten here, we're getting a little bit of a breeze now. We have a heavy jet incoming. This is going to be American Flight 49 from Charles de Gaulle Airport in Paris. It's a 7879 Dreamliner, and it's next to arrive here on Runway DFW. Tony Sisk notes that American used to have 747s. It did indeed. It's been a while, though. Been a couple of minutes since American Airlines was flying 747s. Their wide-body jet fleet now consists now of American Airlines wide-body fleet is now 777-200s and 300s. And Dreamliners -8 and -9. That's it. They don't have any. They have, American does have Airbus jets in its fleet, but no wide body Airbus jets. The American did have A300s, I know, at one point. Right? Yeah. Flight from Paris, been in the air for 9 hours and 49 minutes. And I do believe I see it.
Grade 415 Alpha, cross 1 left, 65 on the bridge. Alright, at Alpha, cross 1 left, 0.65, the bridge,
So, bienvenue to the flight from Paris. And we're going to have double Euro action here for you. Oh, yes. Double Euro action, because the next flight coming in is Flight 71 from Frankfurt. This will be a 777-200. So the flight from Paris getting out of the way now to make way for this one from Deutschland. I forgot to see if we're going to see a Lufthansa A340 today. I didn't check to see that. I should do that. That's one of my other favorite airplanes. Well, scheduled to arrive at 2:35, but it landed at 2:06, so we missed it. There. I didn't even see it come over the bridge. Oh wait, that was on the 21st. This is the 22nd. Doesn't look like we get a flight from Lufthansa this afternoon. So we'll have to settle for this one from American. So that flight departed from Frankfurt exactly 10 hours and 8 minutes ago. Oh, and it's a 20th century plane.
1999.
So there you go.
71 Heavy, Whiskey Lima, cross point left, contact ground 0.85.
Whiskey Lima, cross 18 left and 0.85.
Our next arrival, not quite as exotic as that one, American Eagle 3470 from El Paso, Texas, which will be an Embraer 175. And there you see Frontier. Flight 3277. It's going out to Salt Lake City. This one has the great Curacao livery that we saw on the when it came in, although we didn't get a very good look at it because it was pretty much in the shadows at that time. It's an Airbus A321neo. Let's see if we can get some tail art here for you.
3277, right after B Park, 1 left, cover takeoff and calm.
Right after B Park, 1 left, cover takeoff, Frontier Flight 3277.
Now to add to our tail art gallery, the great Curacao.
With 3470, turn left there, Whiskey Kilo, if you got it. Whiskey Kilo, 3470. 3470, cross from my 18 left at Whiskey Kilo, contact ground 0.85.
Cross 18 left at Whiskey Kilo, ground 0.85, August 3470.
Frontier 3277, my departure, good day.
Departure, Frontier Flight 3277.
M&J Butzer says good afternoon, Walt. Hello to you guys. Good to see you. Local boy 808 greeting us with an aloha. Aloha back to you.
With 4011, Whiskey Kilo cross one left, ground 25.
Whiskey Kilo cross runway 18 left, ground 25 on 4011.
American 2015, visual 18 right.
Air 2015, to attack 1 right, clear to land 10205.
Clear to land 18 right, American 2015.
Wondering what I'm doing right now. I'm looking at my flight radar to see what's happening. We are awaiting the arrival now of American Flight 2015 from San Diego, an Airbus A321. So we'll be hanging out with that in a little bit. Chris Scott says, I worked at DFW, which is where we are. And it's the best job I ever had. That's really cool. Bob Wintle says Flight 9786 seems to be landing at Tulsa. Now that again is the Dreamliner Dash 8 that we saw take off from here. It was destined to arrive at Dallas, or it was scheduled to come back to Dallas Fort Worth after going off on this mission. I'm seeing it now. It's over. I'm looking at flight radar, so you can't see it, but it's under 5,000 feet in the vicinity of Tulsa. So perhaps it is going to land at Tulsa. Tulsa is a maintenance base for American Airlines. So perhaps it's going up there for a once-over. One of our viewers reported that that particular aircraft had some issues over the last few weeks. Of course, it took off from here just fine. What were we looking at there? That was American Flight 2015 coming in from San Diego, California. And we have another Golden State arrival next, Flight 2432 from, is it? No, I'm not sure about that.
Flight 2015 at Alpha, cross 1 left, contact ground 0.65 on top of the bridge.
At Alpha, cross 1 left, and over to ground on the bridge.
You know, that American flight we've been tracking, that Dreamliner test flight, is at about 4,600 feet in the Tulsa vicinity, but it's flying north of the airport. Okay, so let's get back to our planes here. And this plane, which I misrepresented earlier, is coming in from Los Cabos in Mexico on the Baja Peninsula. Now we do have another flight from California coming in next. Flight 1972 to be specific, from Los Angeles, an Airbus A321, American Airlines. Old Man Knuckles says, remember to keep hydrated, Walt. I am doing that. Sorry, I didn't mean to do that. I've got the remnants of an iced Americano, and I have water in the car in case I need to fall back on that. So thank you for that concern. Eduardo Neves Pereira says, hello, good afternoon. Eduardo speaking directly from Diadema, Sao Paulo, Brazil. Next week I'll be on Dallas on a layover to Tokyo. Best regards. Well, that sounds like an epic journey. Have a great trip. And of course, American flies a direct route from here, between here and Sao Paulo, non-stop. And American also flies to Tokyo, as we saw earlier in this broadcast. And American's partner JAL is also provides service betwixt here and Tokyo. So there's the flight from Los Angeles. Another West Coast arrival. Oh, did I punch? No, I didn't punch that up right. I didn't punch that camera up, did I? You didn't see it. This happens sometimes. Sorry. Well, we'll do a little better this time. This will be Alaska Flight 908 from Seattle, a 737-900. There, I pushed the button. That's the one I needed to push. As you can see, we've got people hanging out in their hatchbacks. Some in the back of their pickup trucks. Pretty good crowd out here for a Saturday afternoon. I bet there's a lot of people who felt kind of cooped up the last few days in all the cold sub-freezing weather we've been having. I know I missed coming out here during the week after our Monday broadcast. We usually try to do 2 evening broadcasts when we can, but this was not the week for it.
1972, Whiskey Lima, cross 1 left, ground 25.
We will next be bringing you American Flight 2639 from Puerto Vallarta in Mexico. It will be a 737-800.
1997, how departure, good day.
1997, have a good day, sir.
Alaska 9's ready. You can keep speed up if you want. Echo, Alpha, cross 20 left.
Just give you a look here to the east, to the big American flag next to the radar tower, and you can see the flag is fluttering a little bit. It's not quite as limp as it has been, but there's just not a lot of wind here this afternoon, at least not so far, but it's picked up a little bit. Alrighty, here comes the flight from PVR. See an emergency vehicle there. Siren going. We're about to see the arrival of an Airbus A350-900. This one's coming in from Helsinki. It's Finnair Flight 19. And we're lucky today. It's coming in here on the west side. So we'll set up for that shot. Always good to see Finnair. Looks like their standard livery today. It left Helsinki 9 hours and 51 minutes ago. Rich Carlisle in Indiana says hello, Walton, everyone. Hello to you, Rich. Steve Lundaby says, hey, Walt, did you get rid of the Hummer vehicle? Yeah. They called me and said my car is finally ready. My own car. Hadn't seen it since about Halloween.
Scott 6495 to Tucson, class 1 service. First travel highway Airbus 350, runway 18 right, clear to land, wind 0606.
Always a highlight, the distinctive livery of the Finnair A350-900.
Finnair 19er Heavy at Whiskey Lima, hold short to runway 18 left.
Just short of a 10-hour trip from Helsinki.
With Air 690, armed on Laren, 18 left, let's take off.
On our Laren, 18 left, let's take off, with 3698. 4271, on the visual 18 right.
4271, tower 18 right, clear to land, 10506.
Clear to land 18 right, on void 4271.
Yeah, should be within about 15 minutes of the arrival of the British Airways A380 Speedbird from London Heathrow. So, if you've been debating, do I turn it off now? No, stick around. Stick around for that. Craig Reed says that American Airlines Dreamliner is landing in Tulsa. So, apparently got a little maintenance to get done up there at the AA facility in Tulsa, Oklahoma. It had been originally scheduled to come back here, and, it took, here's the thing, it took off from DFW, this Dreamliner Dash 8, and it was scheduled to return to DFW after coming out of the hangar, but landed in Tulsa, so hope everything's okay. Oh, and Dale Helton says it didn't land, it was a touch and go or a flyby. So there, well, makes it interesting. Maybe they had something to look at or to observe from the ground. Just speculation. CRJ 701ER coming in from Roswell, New Mexico. American Eagle 6495.
584 into Laren, runway 18 left, clear for takeoff.
Sarah R. says over in Tulsa can see that plane out my window. All right, we've got a plane going out to to Tucson, Arizona. It's American Flight 584, 737-800.
American 17, 18 left line point.
There it goes.
Skywas 6495 at Alpha, cross 20 left, contact ground point 65 on top of the bridge. Very 17, connect departure today.
So the last plane going out there, Flight 1015, American Airlines to Phoenix, an Airbus A321.
3520, be ready for reaching. Yeah.
Aero Astro said the 787 doing the touch and go in Tulsa is the cursed one that has been plagued with maintenance issues recently. So there's that.
3455 on SB Park, 20 left, clear for takeoff.
American Airlines Flight 390 from Mexico City is next. This is a 737-800. So I guess they're operating 737s, and we saw another American jet coming in from Mexico City earlier in the broadcast. It was an Airbus A319. Smart Cat says, hi Walt, hello to you. Pineapple says, do you think a 300mm lens would be sufficient for DFW? Well, it's if the planes, well, yeah, it would be. On our nighttime cameras, or a nighttime camera with a zoom lens, it has a 600mm lens, which is often handy because things are so far away from here. But often we're trying to get a close-up of things, and if you just want to get the body, the whole fuselage of the plane, 300 should be quite sufficient. Qatar Flight 729 from Doha is on final approach. This is an Airbus A350-1000, the second such aircraft we've seen today. The first one was Japan Airlines. So here comes the Qatar. We were talking about the pronunciation of airline names earlier, and I guess I've heard that the correct pronunciation for Qatar sounds more like gutter, but I can't bring myself to say that. It just doesn't sound, I don't know, Qatar sounds, I mean, you know what I'm talking about.
Super 9 Alpha, Super DFW Tower 10205, runway 18 right, clear to land.
Flight from Doha, 15 hours and 23 minutes. It's a 5-year-old Dash 1000. And again, we have, well, the British Airways Flight 193 from London Heathrow, now about 2 minutes away. Just one plane in front of it. So the excitement is building here at DFW Airport. Mike G, thank you for a $9.99 £9 and 99 pence. I'm gonna round it off to 10 pounds, right? Another great show, says he. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate that. So we've got an American Airlines flight coming in from Eagle, Colorado, is right in front of the British Airways plane. So this Airbus A319 will want to get off the runway straight away to allow for the big King of the Skies to come on in. So making an early appearance here today. It is oftentimes late, is the British Airways A380. Happy to bring this to you. It's the only A380 flight we get here at DFW presently. And as we've discussed many times, this British Airways has discontinued this flight as of the end of next month. And BA will be suspending service to DFW for at least the summer months. They won't run any planes in and out of here, although American Airlines already flies 4 daily round trips between here and London.
American 390 Whiskey Lima crosspoint left, taxi straight ahead to the ramp. Taking straight ahead to the ramp. 32530 Whiskey Lima crosspoint left. Sorry, 56 Quebec Heavy Whiskey
So there it is, flight 193, arriving from London after a 9-hour and 41-minute flight. That's a 9-year-old A380. On its way now to deplane at Terminal D, the international terminal. I read an article earlier this week about, it has nothing to do with British Airways, about Frontier Airlines. They are keen to have more destinations where they don't use a jet bridge. They want to just use air stairs because, well, it's cheaper as far as landings and takeoffs go, but it also, they say, is a faster turnaround. I don't know, I can't imagine that it's a much faster turnaround, but I guess, I think the reason is because they can then use air stairs at the front and the rear of the plane to get passengers on and off more quickly. So that was the reasoning behind that. Now, ask the passengers which way they'd like to board the plane, and I think they'd prefer the jet bridge. I don't know, I would. The Peacock A380 down there in Australia says it's amazing. Great to see it back at DFW. Yeah, for a limited time only. But of course, as you know, the Peacock A380, whose partner is a flight attendant at Qantas. Qantas will be bringing its A380 back to Dallas later this summer in August. So everyone is looking forward to that. I know I am, because it hasn't flown here since we've been the Qantas A380 has not flown here since we've been broadcasting Runway DFW more than 3 years ago.
Siren 1832 needs to be tower, thanks to the patients for 918 left line to wait.
So we've got several planes lined up to take off. We've got this American Eagle plane coming in from Zacatecas in Mexico. So it's flight 3512 arriving from Zacatecas, an Embraer 175, and it was an Embraer 170 headed off into the sky there. It's going to Manhattan, Kansas. American Flight 1832 is going to Denver. It's an Airbus A321. And you may have seen in the background there an American Airlines wide body, which is destined for Frankfurt.
LA 3473, RNM to Laird, runway 18 left, clear for takeoff. LA 3438, DFW tower traffic across downfield, runway 18 left, line and wait. 18 left, line and wait, on board 3438. American 1832, safe travels, contact departure, have a good flight.
American 1832, switch to departure, have a good day.
Good, thank you, American 1691, DFW tower, good afternoon, 107014, runway 18 right to the left.
So it is with regret that we say the American 777 is headed over the bridge for takeoff from the east side to Frankfurt.
LA 835, 12, taxiway Whiskey Kilo, cross runway 18 left, ground 121.85 other side, traffic will go into position. Have a good day. Thirty-five 12, cross runway 18 left, Whiskey Kilo, 85 other side, traffic will go into position. Have a good day.
8-Shot says, I am hoping to visit Kevin and Rudy over there at Airline Videos Live, LHR to LAX in June. Well, say hello to them for us when you get there. Beaker and Honeydew says that American Flight 9786 did another touch and go at Tulsa. That's interesting. Waters says the British beast from the east. Waters, we're glad to see you here. I don't know if you snuck in. There's the British beast from the east, about to, I don't know if it's fully pulled in yet. I guess it is. Over there at Terminal D. Tom Gander says he'll be flying on the, he'll be traveling on the flying forehead.
9918, if you're with me on this frequency, switch to East Tower, frequency 126.55, service 9918, 2655.
Eduardo Neves Pereira says the Rio to Dallas route is called the oil route here in Brazil because it connects two important oil producing hubs. Is the route also known by this name in the U.S.? I haven't heard that. First time I've heard that said.
Have a good day.
Runway 3438, yeah.
American 1691, hold short of runway 18 left to Whiskey Lima.
Hold short of 18 left to Whiskey Lima.
So we just saw flight 2361 off to San Diego, California, in Airbus A321. And what do we got here? Flight 3138 to Austin, Texas.
4891 DFW Tower, good afternoon. Current wind is calm. Runway 18 right to the left. American 1691 and taxiway Whiskey Lima, cross runway 18 left, ground on 121.85 other side. Have a good day.
Clear to cross runway 18 left at Whiskey Lima, 45 minutes out American 1691, thanks, good day.
American 3138, safe travel to Cargolux, departure. Have a good weekend.
Beaker and Honeydew, 5 more days and we get to ride to LHR on the A380. That's really something to look forward to. I really looked forward to my flight on the A380 last year from LAX to Seoul on Korean Air. One thing I didn't like is, if you got a window seat, the windows are really set back from the I mean, there's a big gap between where your window is and the outside of the aircraft. There's I don't know, it seems like maybe 6 inches between the inner pane of glass and the outer pane of glass, maybe more. I I'd never seen that on the plane. Maybe it was just based upon where I was sitting, but I was sitting towards the front of economy class on the lower deck of the Korean Air plane. I don't know. I mean, I'm assuming that the British Airways may be configured a little differently. We saw there, I should back announce, Flight 1426 Frontier Airlines with Stuart the Red-billed streamer tail. The red-billed streamer tail.
Frontier 1426, Echo Alpha, hold short of runway 18 left. Echo Alpha, hold runway left. Target 3138, if you're still with me, contact departure, have a good day.
Hey, look who's here. It's Anna the dispatcher. With a howdy all. Just got back from the Dallas Zoo. Wow. It's been a while since I've been to the Dallas Zoo. It's a very nice facility.
LA 4037, Arnold Delaire, runway 18 left, clear for takeoff.
Havmo 63, talking about the A380 big or thick wall in the big airframe. CRJ coming in. Will it touch down? American Eagle Flight 4037 from Laredo, Texas, and Embraer 170. Wait, no, that's not it. No, that's a plane going out. The plane coming in was from Colorado Springs. That was American Eagle 4891, a CRJ 701ER. Okay, got it all straightened out now. Kim Murphy says howdy from Laredo, Texas. Super to see you here. There you see the big picture of our base of operations here along the temporary fence. Of course, today we are kind of bending the rules a little bit. We have a camera on the other side of the temporary fence, but we did not set foot on the other side of the temporary fence. We just placed it over there. Temporary fence that's been here for about a year now, so I don't have any updates on that. Make sure I haven't missed anything here. I think I'm up to date. This just in from Beaker and Honeydew. American Flight 9786 has just done its third flyby at Tulsa. Looks like it's heading back to DFW now. Well, that's where it was supposed to come back to, so, you know. Anna says, if you wouldn't mind sending good vibes, last week was one of the absolute worst. I'm very sorry to hear that, Anna. I know that sometimes people come to the channel here and just to kind of get away from their troubles. So hopefully whatever has been bad about your week, we can brighten things up a little bit, I hope.
3546, DFW Tower, good afternoon, winds calm, runway 18 right, clear to land.
Right, clear to land, away 3546.
American Flight 1966 from Gunnison, Colorado. This will be an Airbus A319 next to arrive on your home for DFW Airport activity, Runway DFW.
American 3125, DFW Tower, good afternoon. The wind's calm, runway 18 right for the land.
The trip from Gunnison taking an hour and 27 minutes. Ron C. letting everybody know that I'm an outlaw. Never know what I'll do next. Yeah, that's my reputation. American Flight 3546 from Austin. Did I announce this already? I can't remember. American Eagle Flight 3546 from Austin. An Embraer 175 E-Jet.
In progress. We'll have you moving in a couple of minutes.
There it is.
Target 2673, DFW Tower, good afternoon. Winds calm, runway 18 right for the land. That's the thing.
Avmo 63 says, I can see being discouraged by that, Walt, and I think he's talking about my experience as a passenger aboard the A380, and we were talking about how its windows are kind of set back further away from the seating area than other aircraft. It doesn't keep you from seeing out the window, it's just a little, I don't know if disconcerting is the word. It's not disconcerting, it's just kind of disappointing. You just don't feel as close to the outside of the plane as you might otherwise feel. But of course that's a pretty gigantic aircraft, so they do have to build it to a different standard, I would guess. Scott Randon says, looks like a nice day at DFW. Indeed it is. We have climbed up to 48 degrees Fahrenheit. Nothing to complain about there. Let's see, can I give you the Celsius equivalent? And I can. 10 degrees Celsius. Mark Greenwood says, good evening from the UK. Had the pleasure of a brief trip to DFW in 2023. Would love to come back sometime, and I hope that you can. John Hume sending positive vibes to our friend Anna, the dispatcher. there you saw the touchdown of American Flight 2673 from Palm Springs in California, an Airbus A321. Got a couple of California flights headed in. What you're seeing there on the screen is Flight 1006 to Colorado Springs. We, however, will look to the northern skies to see American Flight 3825, which will be coming to us from Las Vegas, an Airbus A321. You know what I didn't do? I completely forgot about this. Let's do this. You're watching Runway DFW live and in color from Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport. Now entering our 5th hour of live broadcasting from one of the world's busiest airports. We already put that up. Hey, it's me over here. Hello, everybody. We are going to be with you probably for about another hour. See how it goes. Oh, look at this. The Peacock A380 says that our friend Tate is in Dallas at the moment. Went to the basketball on Friday night to see the Mavericks defeat the Pelicans. Unfortunately, I guess Tate was too late to see the Mavericks' great star, whose name I can't remember. I'm not a big sports guy. But, yeah, the Mavericks traded their big star, surprisingly, to the Los Angeles Lakers. And had a lot of fans, Dallas fans, kind of not too happy about that. But I'm glad that Tate got to see a good basketball game. Flight 2114 from Santa Ana, a MAX 8, touching down. And just out of the shot there is American 3414 off to Silao in Mexico. This will be an Airbus A319.
Alright, 2673 Whiskey Lima Cross 21 left, turn on 12.8 on the other side. Have a good day.
Whiskey Lima Cross 21 left, 28 American 1.
2114 Whiskey Mike Cross 21 left, turn the Alpha Route 65 on the bridge. Have a good day. 3285 Cross 21 left, Whiskey Lima ground on 128. Have a good time. Have a good day.
And Marco Celli keeps reminding me that Kevin and Rudy will be on tomorrow at Airline Videos Live. We know that. They have their Sunday show. Always happy to see that. Dale Helton And the Peacock A380, reminding me that the name of the Mavericks player I was not able to think of was Luka Doncic. Tom Gander says, oh, I've got tickets to watch the hockey whilst I'm out there. Dallas Stars versus the Anaheim Ducks. My son is a big hockey fan.
For 6284, cross 20 left at golf and Alpha route. 6284 affirmative, the Alpha route, so it'll be Foxtrot Alpha, hold short of Juliet Alpha, ground on 1269 on the bridge.
Let's see, somebody was saying earlier that Spirit has changed its logo from kind of handwriting, I don't know about handwriting, but to solid lettering. And I can't tell. Can't tell if that's solid lettering or if it's still got those kind of crinkles in it. That Spirit plane is going to Las Vegas. It's flight 585, an Airbus A320. There goes American flight 999 to Albuquerque. 737-800. What a nice day it's turned out to be here in North Texas after a week-long, well, most of the week was below freezing, even in the daytime, which is unusual for us, not unheard of, but unusual. There are a lot of places in my TV station's viewing area that were setting not only low temperature records, but high low temperature records, which means that the high temperature was the lowest it's ever been on that particular date. That would be American Flight 9 to Albuquerque. Did I announce the wrong plane going out? Maybe I did. I could never be a flight controller, that's for sure. And all I have to do is say what the plane is and where it's going, or where it's coming from. I don't have to tell it where to land and where to taxi to, and no, I could never do that. What a job those flight controllers do.
Wait 3486 traffic, full school, saying cross 21 left, ground on 121.85, they're signed up today.
A flight from the Mile High City is about to touch down. Brendan Rabbit said, Walt, did you know that Spirit is going private now? They've won court approval to leave bankruptcy via a lender-backed take-private deal. I think that I must have missed that one. Of course, there's been a lot of news this last week. Well, pretty much every week, but there's the Spirit plane waiting to take off to Las Vegas. Looks like it's got dibs on the next flight out.
Runway 3587, DFW Tower, good afternoon, wind 0705, runway 18 right, go in. Flight 3696, safe travels, contact Roger, have a good day.
Roger, 3696.
Bearings 858, RWB Park, runway 18 left, clear for takeoff.
Takeoff, 18 left, here, 585.
Bearings 1676, give the tower, runway 18 left, left wait. Sky 4953, Echo Alpha, hold short of runway 18 left. Bearing 1676, RNS full air, runway 18 left, clear for takeoff.
American 2005, right.
Bearings 858, safe travels, contact Torch, have a good day.
585, warrants to departure, secure.
American 2205, DFW Tower, good afternoon, the wind's calm, runway 18 right, go in.
So Brandon Rabbit adds that the control of Spirit will go to a group that includes Citadel Advisors, Pacific Investment Management Company, and Western Asset Management Company. It sounds very corporate, doesn't it? Bill Platt says Spirit, the New York City subway of airlines.
I'll 3825, hold short of runway 18 left, Whiskey Lima, won't be long.
Marcos Ibarra. I always like to trill my R's. Marcos Ibarra says hi. That's something Mrs. Runway DFW can't do, by the way.
Bearings 2359, Whiskey Lima, cross runway 18 left, ground 121.85, other side, have a good weekend. Skies 4953, taxiway off, cross runway 18 left, ground 121.65 on the bridge, have a good day. Bearings 1676, contact departure, have a good night.
So Tom Gander was noticing that the Spirit plane we saw still has the broken font. Well, if they have changed their logo, it would seem something like a bankrupt airline would be kind of low on their priority list to change the logos of their planes. That can get expensive. Bill Platt says, did anyone besides this local boy, that's me, get to watch the the SS United States depart for her journey for sinking? It was like watching a funeral procession. I heard something about that. I did not get to see it. I guess they're going to sink it for a reef, maybe? I hope. It's not just to sink it. Here's that Aeromexico Max 8 we saw earlier in our broadcast. It's headed back to Mexico City. Flight 1689.
Runway 3587, is your parking at the Echo Terminal? Advise 7 taxi Echo Alpha, hold short of 18 left. Echo Alpha, hold short of 18 left. Air Mexico 1689, DFW Tower, RNAS to layer in, runway 18 left, clear for takeoff. Air Mexico 1689, clear for takeoff, runway 18 left. Air Max 689, verify over takeoff, runway 18 left.
So you just heard the controller having to ask the pilot of this plane for confirmation that they received their instructions for taking off on runway 18 left.
American 2205, taxi via Echo Alpha, hold short of runway 18 left.
Echo Alpha, hold short of 18 left, American 2205.
Alpha 3587 at Alpha, cross 18 left, contact ground 0.65 on top of the bridge.
At Alpha, cross 0.65.
American 2205, Alpha, cross 20 left, contact ground 0.65.
An E-Jet now arriving from Brownsville, Texas. Flight 3779 and Embraer 175. All right, let me take a look and see if we can expect anything notable coming up here in the next short while.
Adios. Envoy 3779 at Golf 8, cross 18 left, contact ground 25.
Golf 8, 18 left.
Looks like we have the American Airlines Stand Up to Cancer livery, which will be lifting off here shortly to Phoenix. The TWA Retrojet, oh, that's in the 5 o'clock hour, I think. Okay, we're going to wait for, in the 4 o'clock hour, coming up here on Runway DFW. Well, first of all, in about 20 minutes, we should be seeing Fiji Airways Flight 890 coming in from Nadi Airport. That'll be an A350-900. So stay tuned for that. That's in this hour. Also, in the next few minutes, we expect to see an American Airlines Dreamliner arriving from, no, taking off. I can't make this out. Well, anyway, right after the top of the hour, we'll continue on for a little bit so we can bring you the arrival of a UPS 767 from Louisville. And about 10 after 4 is scheduled for the arrival of a Cargolux Queen coming in. That'll be coming in from Mexico City. And I think that'll probably do it for us. Tom Gander likes the... Did I click that? I thought I did.
American 1517, RNF Valerian, 18 left, quick takeoff.
It's not working. Hang on a second. Let me check things.
DFW Tower, runway 18 left, line of wait.
Looks like my ability to post our chats has frozen up here. Let me see if I can unfreeze it here. Ah, there we go. Bill Platt with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Bill. The SS United States holds the record for the fastest transatlantic crossing of an ocean liner at 990 feet, the top speed of 44 miles an hour, 38 knots. It will eventually become the world's largest artificial reef. Okay, very cool. And thank you for that information. I don't know where they're plunging it into the sea, but if it'll make the fish happy, that's good.
Runway 3625, hold short on 18 left, golf 8.
I don't know what's going on here. Hang on a second.
Right, 1517, contact port.
Got to refresh all my things here. Please stand by. Pardon?
Do you have any cool photos of the airplanes?
Any cool photos?
Yeah, the airplanes.
Well, I'm taking, it's a live show. We're on YouTube right now.
Oh.
Yeah. So if you go to YouTube, the Runway DFW channel, that's where we are. Pardon me?
So I might probably be on it?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
So I might probably be on it? Asking you the question?
Oh, if I punch this button right over here, then you will be on. You are on it right now. There's our camera right there. Thank you. Well, we seem to have our little device here, which is delivering unto you our messages from the world. Seems to have blown a gasket. Let me see if I can get it going again here. So I think things are coming back into play now. So stand by. Still on my knees over here, trying to get this working. Okay. Okay, so Dale Helton is letting us know. Is that working? Yes, it's working. That American Flight 9786 just north of McKinney. Now that again is the flight we've been monitoring, and our viewers have helped us monitor that flight. It is a Dreamliner Dash 8, which took off from this airport a couple hours ago now, after it came out of the American Airlines hangar here, and it was scheduled to depart from here and return to here. Now in the interim, it flew north from here, and we're not talking about this plane, we're talking about another plane which we don't see yet. That plane was American Flight 1309 from Phoenix, an Airbus A319. But the American Airlines plane we've been tracking is a Dreamliner, which apparently had some kind of issues in recent weeks. They flew it up to Tulsa, which is an airport where American has a maintenance base. It made several passes, low passes over the airport, or even maybe touch and goes. I was unclear about that. And now that aircraft is returning back to here. I don't believe it touched down there.
You said your YouTube channel is what? Runway DFW.
Yes. It starts about, I don't know, $15, $20. I can't tell. I mean, I can't remember. Young man asking about our merch. You see there, Viva Aerobus flight 527. It is going to Guadalajara in Mexico. It's an Airbus A320.
American 3184 is up with you. Visual 18 right. American 3184, 6 runway 18 right, put away. 18 right, American 3184.
American Airlines flight 2066 from Salt Lake City. It's an Airbus A321, and here it comes.
American 2108, DFW Tower, runway 18 left, line of Kuwait, traffic lands, converging runway.
I want to mention something to you. In fact, it was Mrs. Runway DFW who pointed this out to me. I hadn't seen anything about this, and maybe it is limited to certain platforms. But here on YouTube, under the window where you can see the video, at least on my iPhone and iPad, there's a button now called, I believe it's Ask. And if you click the button, and here comes the Stand Up to Cancer livery of American Airlines.
American 2768, Whiskey Lima, cross 20 left.
This is flight 2108 going to Phoenix, an Airbus A321. But anyway, if you click that button, Ask, it's apparently some kind of an AI deal, which, based upon the transcription of the stream, it will give you a summary. It will tell you who was talking and what they were talking about. And what I don't know, I'll have to look it up right now. I don't know if it does it in real time or if it's only for videos that have already been broadcast. I suspect it's just for previous videos. Let me see here. I don't know, has anybody else noticed that Ask button? For some reason, today's broadcast is not coming in. Well, anyway, let me know what your experience with that is. It seems pretty accurate, and in some cases, it even gives timestamps of when things happened. I was very surprised to see that. And it may be just something that's being beta tested. I don't know. But both Mrs. Runway DFW and I have been able to access it. So it comes in handy if you're looking at an old stream and you want to say what's going on here or what are some of the highlights. It can help you out with that.
3184 at Alpha, cross 20 left, contact ground, 0.65 on top of the bridge.
Let me see if it's working now.
American 2108, contact departure, good night. 2108,
some of the highlights.
American 1830, DFW Tower, runway 18 right, photo line.
Okay, so I don't see the ask button under the live stream, so I guess it's something understandably that it would have to, that YouTube would have to process.
Cross 20 left to Golf 8, contact ground 25 on off.
Cross 18 left at Golf 8, contact ground 25 on 36.
Okay, with 6399 landing traffic, short intersection at Alpha, cross runway right, hold short over runway left. Cross runway right, Alpha, runway left, Alpha, 399.
Beaker and Honeydew says the flight that we've been tracking landing on the east side of the airfield. Do we see it here? Let's see here. Did it already make the scene and we missed it? We have a go around, I believe. I heard the word unstable.
Contact approach on 135.907, 3597. 3597, American 1820. Okay, with 6299, Alpha, cross 20 left, contact ground 0.65 on the bridge.
So all I know is I heard, I believe it was the flight deck, say something about the word unstable. That's all if I heard it correctly. So that was flight 1820 coming in from Ontario, California. It's an Airbus A321. So it will spin around and try that again. Meanwhile, the flight 9786, which we'd been tracking, it did land on the east side, over there on runway 17 left. We're likely to see it come back over here to the hangar, so we'll keep an eye on that. And coming across the Bravo Bridge. Thank you, Beaker and Honeydew. Anna, the dispatcher says they have to be stable at 1,000 feet to continue the approach. If they're not, they have to go around. And so that might explain what happened with that Ontario, that incoming flight from Ontario, which reported unstable.
American 1173, contact departure, good day. American 1830, hold short on 18 left to Golf 8. Short on 18 left to Golf 8, American 1830. Delta 300, DFW Tower, runway 1.
Well, bird watchers, we have something for you here. Frontier flight to Los Angeles with Abaco the Kirtland's Warbler upon its tail.
American 1830, Golf 8, cross 20 left, contact ground 25. Cross 20 left, Frontier 32, left to DFW Tower, 20 left, line point, contact cross.
This is a Frontier Airbus A321 Neo on its way to Los Angeles, flight number 3211.
Okay, with 6299, contact departure, good night. Departure 6299, good day. Frontier 3211, RNF Laren, runway 18 left, clear to take off.
Cleared for takeoff is this.
American 685, DFW Tower, 18 left, line of way.
Is this bird with the bird on its tail?
Envoy 4014, hold short of runway 18 left at Whiskey Kilo. Hold short of runway 18 left at Whiskey Kilo, all the way 4014.
The Peacock A380 says the ask function is only available to premium users on YouTube. He says, alternatively, you activate the timestamp option for chat only, using the 4 dots above the live chat. So that's interesting. See, there's all sorts of things. I'm a YouTuber and I don't know these things. American flight number 685 is going to Portland, Oregon, in Airbus A321. Oh, we've seen enough American planes, haven't we? Let's check out a Delta. Delta coming in from Salt Lake City. Flight number 2800 is what we got coming in. It'll be an Airbus A220 here on Runway DFW. And we're waiting now for a couple of jets. We've got both cargo of interest to us, a UPS 767 as I recall, and an Cargolux 747.
American 685, contact departure, good day. American 685, over departure, good day as well. DFW Tower, runway 18 right, put away. Delta 2800, taxi via Echo Alpha, hold short of runway 18 left. Short of 18, Delta 2800.
And the dispatcher, talking about that plane which went around, says could have been a gust of wind or they got too fast or too slow. Well, there's not much in the way of wind, at least at ground level today, but, you know, that can change if you get above ground level, I would think, sometimes.
American 1957, DFW Tower, runway 18 right, put away. Envoy 3527, DFW Tower, RNAV 2B Park, runway 18 left, clear for takeoff. RNAV B Park, 18 left, clear for takeoff, Envoy 3527.
So anyway, I'm looking now at the Ask button for our last Saturday broadcast here on Runway DFW. So there's a button that says Summarize the Video. Okay? This is last Saturday's video that we're talking about here. And so it thinks for a minute, or maybe even more than a minute. So it says, this video is a live stream of plane spotting at DFW Airport on a foggy Saturday morning, which it was. And the key points. The weather is foggy, impacting visibility and affecting the quality of the live stream. And it gives a timestamp for that. And then it says, the host, Walt, provides commentary on planes taking off and landing at DFW Airport, identifying different models and airlines. And then there's a bunch of other timestamps. Walt interacts with viewers in the chat, answering questions and acknowledging members and subscribers. The host discusses the impact of fog on plane spotting, as well as the various types of aircraft and airlines that fly in and out of DFW Airport. Walt describes the challenges of plane spotting in the fog, including difficulty in getting clear shots and identifying aircraft. And it goes on from there, but so I guess if you have the YouTube Premium, you can click on the Ask button, and of course that would work on any video that's been pre-recorded, I imagine, and it uses AI to analyze the transcription of what was said. Seems to do it pretty well.
American 1820 DFW Tower, welcome back. Runway 18 right, go to line.
And I can endorse YouTube Premium. I mean, if you are on YouTube all the time, I would say you really should have YouTube Premium. I know it does cost, I can't remember what it costs, $12 a month, maybe, something like that. But it is just so, and of course the main point of it is you don't have to watch the ads. And I have nothing against ads because they help pay the bills here, but if you don't want to see them, that's one way to not see them. American Flight 1957 is coming in here. Why, that's it right there. And that plane comes to us from San Antonio, Texas. An Airbus A321.
American 1766, RNAV to B Park, runway 18 left, clear for takeoff. RNAV B Park, clear for takeoff, 18 left, American 1766. American 2378, DFW Tower, 18 left, final point.
We've got American Flight 1820 arriving from Ontario, California. I think this is the one that went around, yes? Yes, it is. So we're going to watch that make an approach now. This plane reported, we heard the word unstable from the cockpit when this plane was on its initial approach, and we saw it go around. And so after a little bit of sightseeing around North Texas, here it comes again.
American 2378, RNAV to B Park, runway 18 left, clear for takeoff. American 2378, RNAV to B Park, runway 18 left, clear for takeoff.
So a little extra airtime for that plane, amounting to a 2-hour and 48-minute flight from Ontario, California. American Flight 877 from Silao in Mexico is our next flight in.
American 1957 at Alpha, cross 18 left, contact ground point 65 on the bridge. Was that for 1957? American 1957, cross 18 left at Alpha, contact ground point 65 on the bridge. Cross 18 up. 8 left at Alpha.
Well, Anna, the dispatcher, says her husband and she use YouTube for entertainment. I do too. I can't even believe how often I watch it in almost exclusively. So if you're one of those people, it might be worth it to you. YouTube Premium, that is. Because I find myself, I mean, we have all these subscriptions, all these other streaming services, and I find I hardly ever use them.
American 9786 Heavy, traffic's on a 3-mile final at Zulu, cross 20 right, taxi to the right.
All right, well here
at Whiskey Lima, cross 21 left.
is the mysterious flight 9786, which we didn't get to see land. We did get to watch it take off. It's a Dreamliner Dash 8, not a passenger flight, I guess they call it a non-revenue flight. It came out of the hangar here on the west side, flew up to Tulsa, Oklahoma, made several passes at the airport there where American has a maintenance base. Didn't appear to land, at least as far as I know. And now it's back, going over to the hangar again. This is a 7-year-old Dreamliner, which according to our sources was involved in, well, had several issues over the last month or so. So they're putting it through its paces. We are on standby now. We're in standby mode anyway. For a Cargolux 747 coming in from Mexico City.
American 2927, taxi Echo Alpha, hold short of 18 left. Echo Alpha, hold short of 18 left.
And so that 747 from Mexico City is due here in about 25 minutes. So at about 4:20 Central Time, we should see that checking in. Cargolux 747-8. And that will probably be the final plane of the day here. It's a little quiet here.
American 2927 at Alpha, cross 20 left, contact ground, 0.65 on the bridge.
Just Plains Crazy said it's probably a functional check flight on that 787. Beaker and Honeydew, everyone have a great rest of your day, and thanks for being here with me. Off to run errands. Thank you, Beaker and Honeydew, for your loyal service to Runway DFW as one of our great mods. Tip of the cap to you and to all of our mods. Beaker and Honeydew getting ready to head off to London on Friday on the A380, so that'll be great fun. So Aero Astro says that 787 that we just saw taxiing there has had multiple canceled trips and airport returns. So take that for what that's worth. And Anna, the dispatcher says thank you, Walt, even though we weren't here much this stream. I understand, Anna. Hey, listen, being a mod, I don't know if our viewers know this, but our mods do this on a volunteer basis. And so, any minutes I can get from them is just a bonus, and I'm always happy to see them here, and they do a great service to you, the Runway DFW viewers, by keeping our chat nice and tidy and making sure that there's nothing untoward going on there. And so I very much appreciate that, and it's not an easy job. So our thanks again to our great Runway DFW Moderation Federation as we look at American Flight 2104. It's a 737-800, and it's on its way to Minneapolis, St. Paul on Runway DFW. I can't believe we've gone almost through another hour here on the broadcast. I have to be honest, some days, I look at the clock and it's like it doesn't move, and today it's been moving all day long at a faster pace than I can even imagine. So I think I give a lot of credit to you for engaging me along the way. Thank you to our viewers. I give a lot of credit to the airplanes because we haven't had a lot of lulls today. Got a few, but not too many. I give credit to the weather, which has been very pleasant. A little bit invigorating, but not cold at all. We're up to 49 degrees Fahrenheit. Is that the official temperature? That's the one on my watch. Let's check with METAR. So 51 degrees is the official temperature here, Fahrenheit. 10.6 degrees Fahrenheit. And here comes Texas Girl. Hello, Texas Girl. What brings you here? You? Oh. Well, thank you.
6407, 5 miles behind you.
Pardon? It is.
XF7 or something?
I'm trying to track the birds here. So there's Texas Girl right over there. There are birds. Grackles, right? I think, yeah. They're looking for what might have been dropped. So you've been traveling this week?
Yeah, I took the Southern Utah University.
The Southern Utah University. I didn't even know. I lived in Utah once. I didn't even know there was a Southern Utah University. So let me ask you this. Can you say, well, maybe you can't say. Maybe it's confidential. Are they rowdy? Are these young?
Nope.
No?
Nope.
Very well behaved?
Very
That's good.
3383 DFW Tower, good afternoon. Runway 18 right,
my
put away.
hotel room, and I stay in my room at the hotel.
So Texas Girl gives a very very positive review to the Southern Utah University basketball boys basketball team. Okay.
Where I sent you that picture from.
Yeah.
Abilene.
Abilene.
Yeah. Was there for one night, and then the next night they played their game, and then I brought them back here. We stayed at the hotel.
Wait, so the Utah team came here?
And then when they played in Abilene, and then after the game, they came back here, got to the hotel about 12:30 in the morning. Slept for about 4 hours.
Yeah.
Got back up and got ready. Brought them to the airport and dropped them off. And then I was heading to Arlington for my next pickup.
Oh, what was that?
Oh, it was good. Picked up in Arlington, dropped in Dallas, sat for a couple hours. Picked them up, brought them back, and then I had like 4 or 5 hour wait until I went to the camp. Picked them up at the church, took them to the camp.
So there's a Texas Girl describing her week. She's a motor that was in one day.
Yeah.
Wow. A motor coach driver, so that's a lot of responsibility.
Yeah, I got to Euless at 12:30 in the morning, and at 6 a.m. I was back up.
Wow.
Ate breakfast, ordered the bus, took me here to the airport. So my next runs were town.
Oh, okay.
Contact ground point 65 on the bridge. Roger, at Alpha Cross 1811. American 2366.
Right? Normal.
DFW Tower, American 2366, DFW Tower, hello, runway 18 right, put away. Runway 18 right, American 2366.
Tom Gander says, haha, Rowdy and Utah don't go together. Did some work up near Ogden a few years back. Yawn. Well, as I said, I lived in Salt Lake City for 1 year. And that was in 1980 and 81, I think, if I recall right. So I'm sure things have changed since then. It was a beautiful city, though. I'm sure it still is. Our next arrival for you is American Flight 2366 from San Diego, California. Why did I say it that way? I don't know. It's an Airbus A321. Aeroastro has become a twin jet member. Thank you, Aeroastro. Welcome. Adam171 says hello, everyone. And Woot Doctor says, here comes Alaska. And there it is. It's Alaska Flight 303, a 737-900 going to Portland in Oregon. I think first we'll look to the northern skies to see the arriving flight from San Diego, Flight 2366 in Airbus A321.
303 DFW Tower, good afternoon. RNAV to B Park, runway 18 left, book tickets.
All right, the Alaska flight to Portland about to take to the air.
2202 to Division 1. American 2202, DFW Tower, 18 right, put away. 18 right, American 22.
Texas girl letting us know that she's been a member for 11 months now. Whoa. Thank you for that. I see. Oh, she is also gifted 10 Runway DFW memberships. Look at this. So thank you, Texas girl. Our new members include Justin Marks, Mary Crazy Frog 1776, Mysterious Lee, Chris Gill, Firewalker John, Nicola B, Mrs. Prof, Dubjet Aviation Videos, Will Ivory, and Keith B. Thank you again, Texas girl, for all of those. For one thing, for just being a friend of the channel, for being a QuadJet member, and for being a very generous donor of memberships. Well, we told you earlier that we were looking out for a UPS 767 coming in. This one is going to be arriving on the east side. Our view is somewhat obstructed, but we'll bring you the last few moments of its flight before it arrives over on the east side, and then we'll see it parking adjacent to us very shortly. 767 coming in from the UPS Worldport in Louisville. A 4-year-old, so almost a crispy brand new 767 freighter. Let's see if I can find it. And Mrs. Prof says thank you to Texas girl. All right, I have the 757 now in my sights. There it is far away. That's at maximum zoom. Again, this is coming in on the east side of DFW Airport.
2965 at Alpha, cross warning left, contact ground point 65 on the bridge.
It's competing with other objects for focusing here.
Okay, with 6325, contact departure. Back down, guys.
Where did it even go? It just finished.
Break 1215, DFW Tower, runway 18 right, put a land, hold short of taxiway Bravo for crossing traffic, wind 1603. Okay, with 6398, DFW Tower, runway 13 right, put a land, wind 1603.
And that's about all we will see of that particular aircraft until it comes over to see us here. Ager Anger? Or Age Ranger? I should say that. Channel member says Cargolux 747 should be laying in about 15 minutes. Nicola B. thanking Texas Girl for that gifted memberships all the way from New Zealand. And Age Ranger says 2 747s in the next 40 minutes. Is that right? Well, I see the first one is pretty close now. Flight 6696 Cargolux is coming at us in about 2 minutes. It's a 747-8 from Mexico City. It will be preceded in flight by American Flight 1215 from Puerto Vallarta and Airbus A321. So we'll watch that, and then we'll get ready to see another Queen of the Skies this afternoon on Runway DFW. So glad you could be here to share this with us. All right, so if you're in the other room doing something and you've been waiting for this moment to see the big 747 touching down here, this is your time to come back to the TV set or the computer screen or the tablet or your phone so you can get a look at this.
Cross 18 right, cross 18 left, contact ground 25. American 1215 at Whiskey Lima, cross runway 18 left, contact ground 25. Whiskey Lima, cross 18 left, contact ground 25.
Now somebody said something about 2 747s. I'll have to check on the other one.
Okay, 6398 in front, total line 13 right. American 2081 taxi via Bravo, hold short of 18 right.
And here it comes.
Okay, with 6492 at Alpha, cross 18 left, contact ground 65 on the bridge.
From beyond the shrubbery. .747, everybody's favorite plane, is it not?
96 Heavy, turn right at Whiskey Mike, taxi via Charlie to the ramp. Traffic's on a 4-mile final behind you.
1 hour and 53-minute flight from Mexico City to 9-year-old 747-8.
Prior at Bravo, cross 20 right, cross 20 left, contact ground 25 on off.
So we do have in about 90 minutes a UPS 747 scheduled to arrive from Louisville.
Is the land and hold short of your taxiway.
I have yet to determine if I'll be here through that time period.
Tracking 280 Heavy DFW Tower, hello, wind 140 runway 18 right, foot of land, hold short of taxiway.
We have some more gifts coming in from Just Plains Crazy, who has gifted a Runway DFW membership, and we say welcome to ASTNYB, who is the recipient. One World livery coming in from Seoul, arriving in 0 minutes. Oh, it's on the downswing. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
3 minutes, but it's still 5,000.
Okay. Thank you, Texas Girl. So here's American Eagle, flight 6262 from, I want to say Idaho Falls. It's a CRJ 701 ER. And next up, it is the aforementioned Flight 280, American Airlines, coming in from Seoul, South Korea. It is a 777-200, completing a flight of just shy, so far, just shy of 12 hours. It will have been 12 hours by the time it gets to the gate, I surmise.
Echo Alpha, hold short of 18 left. I think that's you, you're blocking your stuff. I'm not sure what's going on.
Yeah, it's got the One World livery, as Texas Girl had informed us. And as nice as that is to see, somebody was saying in the chat earlier how nice it would be to have a 777 in the unpainted American Airlines livery.
Yeah, he barely had any.
And as we see that plane make the turn, it's about time that we saw the 767 UPS freighter that we saw landing, or coming in for a landing anyway, earlier on the east side of the airport. It's about to come into our sights. Is that going on the other side? I can't tell.
6398 at Alpha, cross 20 right, cross 20 left, 65 on the bridge.
The next one in.
Okay. So we'll deviate here in a second, see if we can bring you the landing of an American Airlines 777 from London. Flight 81 is coming in on the east side. We'll give you a little taste of this 767 as it taxis close to us. Always one of the bonuses of being here at Founders Plaza is that we get these nice head-on shots of the UPS planes coming and going. trying to keep an eye on that 777. I hear shutters being clicked. Here comes that flight from London. Just a brief look at that one. Meanwhile, this 767 is going behind a fence here.
Turn 578 DFW Tower, hello, runway 18 right, put a line. Runway 18 right,
And it comes to a stop.
American 2353 and Alpha cross 18
Flight 5760 coming in from Louisville. Left there an hour and 58 minutes ago.
American 1231, taxi Echo Alpha, hold short of 18 left. Echo Alpha, hold short of 18 left. Okay, with 6400 DFW Tower, 18 left, line up wait, traffic cross. 18 left, line up wait,
I'd like to thank Gerard for gifting a Runway DFW membership. Gerard is a channel member and moderator, and Country Roads is the recipient of his largesse. Thank you so much, Gerard. Delta Airbus A220 coming in.
Okay, with 6400 RNF to Laren, runway 18 left, so take off.
It's arriving from Seattle. Flight 803. Roy Baker is watching right from behind our setup. So, back there somewhere. Is it Roy Baker? I don't know, I'm probably blocking the shot of Roy Baker there. United Flight 578 from Denver. This will be an Airbus A319.
1231 at Alpha, cross 18 left, contact ground point 65 on the bridge.
1998.
It's a 20th century aircraft, but it has the current United livery. Big and bold. I always wonder what it'd be like to be a 27-year-old plane personified and to have kind of go through all the experiences that a plane that age would have.
Delta 803 to Alpha, cross 20 left, pass ground point 65 on the bridge.
Got some stories to tell. Channel member Warren Rodriguez says, "Hi everyone, I am fashionably late here. Nothing to worry about. We've got for you American Flight 817 coming in from Bozeman, Montana. $737-800. I guess in the shorthand of airplane codes, it's a 738.
American 2997, DFW Tower, 18 left, line up weight. Line up the weight, 18 left, American.
Brian Svensson, who's been a TriJet member for 3 months now. Thank you for that. Hi, Walton, Runway DFW family of mods and viewers watching from the Gold Coast of Australia. Shout out to Josh Aldrich and Wellington Flights Live Kevin, who visits Oz next week. Yes. He is I can tell Kevin's very excited about that. And I'm excited to see what he's got in store for us there on Wellington Flights Live for his Australian adventures. Here comes United Flight 1517. It's a 737-900. And this comes to us from the city adjacent to the bay, San Francisco.
Discover 9919, you can export. Order parts.
11-year-old 737-900. We've seen a couple of those today. I think, what was it, Alaska Airlines operates those in here. I think we saw one come in and go back out. The 900 variant of the 737.
United 1517, taxi Echo Alpha, hold short of runway 18 left. Echo Alpha, hold short 18 left.
American is about to launch a 777 200 ER off to Miami, Florida. It's over on the east side, so let's see if we can pick that up for you. Meanwhile, we've got Grackle's a go-go here.
American 817 and Alpha cross my 18 left, contact ground point 65 on the Alpha Bridge. Alpha cross my left, point 65, Alpha Bridge, American 817. American 2997, contact departure. Departure, American 2997, fine.
I don't think those are grackles. They're a little more colorful than grackles are. So, bird watchers, you can tell me what those might be. I have no idea. Well, we're going to try to take a long distance look at American Flight 2813 to Miami. MIA. It's a 777-200 again. Taking off from the east side of this gigantic airplane facility.
Contact ground point 65 on the Alpha Bridge. Warning left Alpha, ground point 65 on bridge.
So the best we can do is to follow it up into the air from behind the terminal buildings. So let's give that a try here on Runway DFW on this Saturday afternoon, late Saturday afternoon. Been with you now for 6.5 hours. Is that too much? Ooh, doctor says there's a domestic wide body. Yes. We'll do our best to capture it going into the sky. And it is now rolling down the runway, according to our friends at Flight Radar 24. So let's see what we can do here.
Ground American 1923 is Gulf 8, spot 118. American 1923, contact ground 185, 85.
Oh, I see it there. There's the tail. So we kind of guesstimate its rate of travel, I guess. I don't know. So there you go, a domestic American Airlines wide body takeoff. Old Man Knuckles says never too much in response to the question as to whether I should be done or not. Hello. Do you have a question?
Oh wow, so you have all of this, like, stuff?
I have, yes, I have all of this stuff.
Wait, are you on YouTube?
Yes,
or,
YouTube. There's a channel is Runway DFW.
Runway DFW. What's your name?
My name is Walt. I see you have a badge there for...
Yeah.
Have you been on a flight recently?
Yeah, I live in New York. We just flew in to Dallas. My aunt's actually her birthday.
It's what?
It's her birthday today.
It's her birthday. Did you say birthday? Well, you won't be able to hear it, but we do have a birthday song. So, we wish happy birthday to this young man's aunt and to everybody who's got a birthday today, tomorrow, this week, this month. Happy birthday to you. Yes, it's on right now. And you're on there's our camera right over there. So, you can wave. What's your name? Canned? Jayand? Pleasure to meet you. My name is Walt. It's first time for everything. But the nice thing about YouTube is you can start your own channel. That's what I did. Probably, well, maybe a couple hundred. Our audience is not that big. So what part of New York are you from?
Well, we're from Westchester.
Okay.
A little north of New York City.
Right. Well, I grew up in Brooklyn.
Oh, wow.
So, but that was many, many years ago.
Anyways, I'll leave you to it.
Okay, well, have a great trip. Glad to see you. Nice to meet you. Look at that. Meeting somebody from New York. What are we looking at there? Nothing. There you see, going over the bridge to the east side, is American Flight 50, which is on its way to London. It is a 777. King Kong says hello from Melbourne. Hello, King Kong. Okay, message from Andrea Molson in the UK. We call them starlings, is what that mystery bird was, at least a mystery to me. I apologize for that rather abrupt camera shift. I try to be a little smoother than that most of the time, but we have for you there American Flight 2311 arriving from Phoenix, an Airbus A321 Neo. We have a treat now, for me anyway. We're going to see a UPS cargo plane, and you know, UPS cargo planes, but this is Flight 5756 from Ontario of 757. And because we don't see any passenger 757s here on a regular basis, you know, we'll see an occasional redirection, or usually more often a charter flight. But we don't see any 757 passenger planes on a regular basis, so the best we can do is cargo, and we do get to see a regular input of UPS cargo planes. This will be one of the older planes we see today, and we will get confirmation of that from the Runway DFW chorus and orchestra here shortly. So it should be coming into view presently. A UPS 757. Why did I say that twice? There it is.
1990.
I maintain that this is still kind of a classier looking plane than the 737 series. Kind of wish Boeing had gone with this instead of the 737 as their long-term narrow body passenger plane, but yeah, what are you going to do? I just like the looks of this one better than the 737. Maybe because it's higher off the ground, but I understand why that puts it at a deficit, especially for maybe smaller airports. But my understanding from reading is that they built this to have the same stance as a 767, so that if you had a jet bridge or a loading ramp which fit the 767, it would fit this plane because it'd be at the same height. Plus, who wants to be so low to the ground when they land and taxi?
runway 3510. RNAV to Laren, runway 18 left, clear for takeoff. RNAV Laren, runway 18 left, clear for takeoff, runway 3510. American 1155, DFW Airport, runway 18 left.
Our friend Smoke and Slice Barbecue says I'm back. Supper is about ready, and we're about ready to be finished up. I hope everybody's having a great day. This has been a super day out here. Not too hot, not too cold. It's a little chilly, but you know. But the fact that there's almost no wind has made it a very pleasant afternoon to be hanging out at the airport. I should be following this. I went over to check the computer and, well, the plane moves. Got another wide-body UPS plane coming in on the east side from Chicago Rockford International Airport. It is an Airbus A300, flight 2750. Let's see if we can catch the tail end of that flight. It's coming in all the way over on runway 17 left, which is as far away as you can get from here. But I do see it now.
Tower American 1959, final 18 right, parking on the west side. American 1959, DFW Tower, wind 1403, runway 18 right, clear to land. Tower, runway 3510, you want to start? Runway 3510, departure, good day. Departure, good day. American 2176, we'll get you moving here momentarily. Company there on the tug is having some radio issues. We'll get you going here shortly. Alright, we'll continue to hold short at 18 left. American 2176. With 3405, disregard crossing traffic, RNAV to Laren, runway 18 left, clear for takeoff. RNAV to Laren, 18 left, clear for takeoff, runway 3405. Runway 3982, DFW Tower, runway 18 left, line up and lead. Line up way, runway 18 left, on board 3982, American 1155, contact departure. Good night, American 1155.
I thought I just heard a contact departure. Did you hear that? I think I did. All right, over here on this side of the field, the airfield, American Flight 1959, arriving from Cozumel in Mexico. This will be a 737-800 here on Runway DFW.
Clear for takeoff. RNAV to be parked, clear for takeoff, runway 18 left, envoy 3982.
Smoke and Slice Barbecue says, it's been an eventful day. My son got my mower stuck in the back pasture, so I had to get him out. He better be glad that I love him. LOL.
American 2176, thanks for the patience. At Whiskey Lima, cross runway 18 left, contact ground 185. Clear across 18 left at Whiskey Lima, we'll go to ground, American 2176. Runway 3405, contact departure.
So we have a free parking space here, just been cleared up, and I think we got somebody pulling in there already. So a popular spot here for some free entertainment at Founders Plaza on the northwest side of DFW Airport. There are people who have lived in Dallas, Fort Worth for years, sometimes in some cases all their life, and they have no idea that this little viewing area is here. Not very well advertised, and there's not a lot of signs on the highway. I don't think there's any signs on the highway which point to this location.
Over to departure on board 3982, have a go. Runway 3414, visual 1 right. Runway 3414, DFW Tower, wind 0907, runway 18 right, clear to land.
Channel member Sean says, I'll be glad when they finish Terminal F, which they're building now here at DFW Airport, but they'll probably just shut down another terminal to refurbish, and I think that is not going to be the case. Now we're going to look down here to see what we can see. For as far as the construction of Terminal F goes. So our camera now, camera 1 is now pointing towards it. Behind that moving plane is where they're laying the groundwork for Terminal F. As we've discussed before, they are building it in modules off-site. Well, here on the airport grounds, but not right there. And what they do is in the middle of the night, they will come in and move the Terminal F modules into place and assemble them there. So over the course of time, over the next couple of years, we'll see it getting bigger and bigger. I'm looking to see if I have my Terminal F animation here. And so stand by. I don't know if I do. Let's see what this is here. So there's the groundbreaking for Terminal F. Here's some footage that American Airlines supplied us. What am I missing? What? Yeah. So anyway, here's a little animation that the airport provided, explaining where the modules are built. Okay, well, so good to see you. Thank you for all the largesse today. Largesse, it's being generous. Yes. Thank you. Yes, let me get through this video here. So we're just looking at the Terminal F animation. Well, we can duck out of that, I guess, because our friend Texas Girl wants to say goodbye. Let's see. Are you over there? See, we got all sorts of cameras today. There's. Bye, Texas Girl. Thank you again. You too. Ali French was asking Gerard, has my BA family arrived yet? And I think the answer to that would be, if this is what you're asking about, is yes. We did see it come in. It came in a little early today, the British Airways A380. Now, we're going to look over here, because look what's coming. Coming to focus, Fiji Airways from Nadi. It's an A350-900. Checking in after a trans-Pacific flight.
6409, visual approach, runway 18 right. 6409, DFW Tower, cross Mach 2 months, Heavy Airbus 350, rolling out, wind 150.
I almost forgot about this.
Right, clear to land. 18 right, clear to land, Sky 6409. Tower Skywest 4956, visual 18 right. Skywest 4973, RNAV to land.
That ends a 12-hour, 23-minute flight from Nadi International Airport.
DFW Tower, wind 150 at 6, runway 18 right, clear to land. Runway 18 right, clear to land, Skywest 49. Fiji 8990 Heavy, hold short of runway 18 left.
This plane's running about an hour and a half late today. I thought, yeah, I'm not used to seeing it come in this late in the afternoon. We're scheduled to come in at 3:20, so yeah, just about an hour and a half late for this one today.
American
it did get a late start from its origination point as well, so.
American 651, RNF to Laird, runway 18 left, cleared for takeoff. RNF to Laird, runway 18 left, cleared for takeoff, American 651.
So now my next question is, for myself, is Walt, are we going to stick around for the UPS 747 arrival from Louisville? It's about 45 minutes away, according to Flight Radar 24. It's currently over southwest Arkansas, so it's almost, the UPS 747 is almost to Texas. Now, all right, well, we'll hang out for that. Make sure our batteries are holding out here. I think they are.
Taxi straight into 142.
Clear the clocks 18 left, we leaving straight to 142, CK8, 900.
And Adam 171, what type of plane is that? That's an Airbus A350 900. A350 900.
UPS 2750 heavy traffic, 2.5 mile final, and taxiway Zulu, cross runway 18 right, taxi via Charlie to the right. UPS 2750 heavy, will cross at 18 right, copy traffic, and to the right with you.
Yeah, remember that Airbus A300 we saw coming in on the east side a bit ago, 9 minutes ago. Seems like longer than that, but 9 minutes ago is when Flight Radar said it landed over there on the east side. And here it comes over to see us. This once again came in from Chicago Rockford International Airport.
American 1322 DFW Tower, 18 left, line up going progressing traffic. 18 left, line up going American 1322. American Alpha 3 Lima Papa, DFW Tower, traffic will hold in position. And taxiway Zulu, cross runway 18 left, cross runway 18 right, taxi via Charlie to the right. Skywest 4956, taxi via Echo, Alpha, hold short of runway 18 left. Echo Alpha, short of 18 left, Skywest 4956. American 1322, RNAV to be parked, runway 18 left, clear for takeoff. RNAV be parked 18 left, clear for takeoff, American 1322. American 1322, contact departure, good day.
So pulling right next door to the 767 we saw come in a little bit ago.
Contact ground point 65 on top of the Alpha Bridge. Alpha, cross 18 left, 0.65 on top of the bridge, Skywest 49. Attention all aircraft, arrival information, Quebec, departure information, Romeo now current, altimeter 3026, wind 150, at 4.
American 1440 with Division 18 right.
American 1440, DFW Tower, wind 1504, Combo 18 right, clear to land.
Clear to land 18 right, American 1440.
Old Man Knuckle wants to know, Walt, what sparked your love for aviation? I have to say, I have to go back a ways for this. But it was when, and I believe it was at an airport which we now know as JFK, but at the time was called Idlewild. My dad was coming in on a flight from Alaska where he had a business meeting. He worked in the insurance, group life insurance business, and so we went to Idlewild, and this was pre-jet bridge, because what he came in on wasn't a jet; it was a Connie, a Constellation, a classic plane, which is as unique in looks as the 747 is, and so we had to go, and it was pre-security, so we just walked down to the gate. It was just kind of like fenced off, and the plane pulled up, and those gigantic engines roared, and you could smell the fuel. And it was at nighttime, and it was just an incredible sight for a kid to see. And this would have been late 50s, I guess. Let's see, maybe 1958 or so, I would guess. So yeah, that kind of got my juices flowing as far as aviation goes. But I haven't always been a plane spotter. And in fact, this just took over my life like a little more than 3 years ago. You know what I see? I see here a tail stand. Did I see that? Are they going to put a tail stand on this plane? Probably know what a tail stand is. It's just kind of a prop that they put on the back of parked aircraft in order to keep them from, or in order to make sure that they're stable while big cargo is being loaded and unloaded. And I thought I had seen one being pushed over or driven up, and now I don't see it anymore, but there are some workers there by the back of the plane with some cones, so perhaps we'll be seeing that shortly.
American 1381 DFW Tower, by 18 left line of point, traffic across. 18 left line of point, American 1381.
Andrea Molson is saying good night. Andrea, thank you so much for being with us today. Hope to see you again soon.
Wind 1305, from my 18 right, clear to land.
Oh, there's the tail stand. Okay, I can see it now. It's there on the right side of the picture. You see some workers, some ground crew pushing it into position there. So before they start to deplane the cargo, they'll prop up the tail end of that plane, just as a precaution to make sure that it's got some extra stability.
Runway 3434, runway 18 left, line up and land.
Runway 18 left, line up and wait on point 3434.
Our friend M.R. Rice says good afternoon. Hello, M.R. Rice. So I can't tell if they hooked that up yet. I don't think they have.
Runway 3434, on half clear, runway 18 left, clear, take off.
On half bar, runway 18 left, clear, take off, point 3434.
Larry Brown says, I recall vaguely going to JFK as a kid and being entranced with the baggage movers. Do you mean the, like those belts that the bags would come out, the carousels and all that? Andy Frank says, hello, Andy Frank. And Adam171, what's that pole thing going into the plane? That is called I believe the correct terminology is tail stand. Somebody might correct me if I'm wrong about that, but again, it's designed to keep the plane stable while it is being loaded and unloaded, to keep it from tipping backwards. And if you look on YouTube or Twitter or your socials, you'll probably be able to find images of planes that have tipped over, tipped backwards after getting parked. And Woot Doctor says that's the first time I've seen a tail stand deployment. Hey, look who's here. It's LA Plane Spotter. That's Rudy from Airline Videos Live. Hello, LA Plane Spotter Rudy. Good to have you with us. And don't forget, our pals Kevin and Rudy will be on the air tomorrow morning. Thank you. Tomorrow morning, on Sunday morning for the big Sunday show. At least, unless something has changed. So, be sure to watch them. Kevin says, good afternoon, Walt, 747-8 coming in at 5:38. Yeah, we're going to stick around for that. Emre Yurtis with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Emre. I want to stay at the TWA Hotel in JFK. Yeah, I've told the story before, but Kevin of Airline Videos Live pretty much was ready to almost give me a ticket to go to the TWA Hotel because he was so impressed with his experience there. He said, you've got to go there. You've got to be part of that. It's just such an incredible scene. So someday I will. LA Plane Spotter says, my friend Harrison is there, but he's too shy to say hi. Really? Aw. Well, Harrison, wherever you are, don't be shy. And, we're not going to bite. But that's up to you. Just whatever makes you feel comfortable. So there's our tail stand. Let's see if we can get back to aviation activity here, and I push the button and it, okay, here we go.
American 467, contact departure.
I pushed the button on my touch screen and it didn't do what I wanted it to do. I'm not a big fan of touch screens as opposed to real buttons. You know, a lot of cars, including mine, have a touch screen to replace some functions that buttons should really have. But that's neither here nor there, I guess.
American 2548 at Whiskey Lima, cross runway 18 left.
1994.
I didn't mean to hit that. That wasn't me. No, that was me, but I'm sorry about that. All right, let's well, let's do this.
Tower American 2824 is Livery visual 1 right. American 2824 DFW Tower, wind call, runway 18 right, clear to land.
You're watching Runway DFW live and in color from Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport just after 5 o'clock here. Well, it's about 9 minutes after 5 o'clock here in the Central Time Zone. We have moved into our 8th hour of broadcasting today. I think this will be our last hour. I see Finnair, which is now rolling towards takeoff. Well, chances are this plane will go over to the east side, but maybe we'll see it take off over here. We saw this come in earlier. Did a pretty quick turnaround compared to a lot of international flights. Of course, this is going back to Helsinki. This is flight 20 of Finnair, an A350-900. So we'll see what this does. Well, hopefully it will be directed over to runway 18 left. Let's all click our heels together and wish for that to happen.
American 1303 DFW Tower, Hornet 2B Park, runway 18 left. American 1303. Runway 3855, hold short of runway 18 left at Golf 8.
And I do believe that we're going to see it taking off from 18 left. MR Rice says, what a beautiful day to watch great tin birds fly. What great views of that tail jack stand. I think that's the first time we've ever focused in on that aspect. I mean, we've seen it kind of peripherally before, but I don't think we've ever had that close of a look at the tail stand action. So.
American 2046 DFW Tower, my 13 right, cleared to land, wind 120 at 5.
You know, sometimes when there's not a lot going on, we can take some time out, take a deep breath, and look at things like that. So this big bird's about to make a U-turn.
Position at Golf 8, cross runway 18 left, contact ground 25 on the other side. On Golf 8, cross runway 18 left, ground on the other side, American 2824.
We wish the passengers and crew a safe and uneventful flight back to Helsinki. Steve Madison says hello from Northern Scotland. Another amazing weekend show. Thank you. Well, thank you for those kind words.
Line up and wait for crossing traffic. Line up and wait, runway 18 left, scanner 20 heavy.
Hello.
How's it going?
Fine.
I'm Harrison.
Oh, Harrison. Oh, so nice to see you.
Yes, sir.
Look, hang on. Let's let Rudy get a look at you here. So there's Harrison. There's our camera. proof of arrival.
Yes, sir.
Well, thank you for coming over.
Absolutely. Nice meeting you.
Nice meeting you too. Give my best to Rudy.
Yes, sir. Will do.
Finner 20 heavy, RNAV 2B park, runway 18 left, clear for takeoff.
So we got to meet Harrison.
Park, runway 18
Thank you, Rudy, for encouraging him to come over and say hello.
33 DFW Tower, caution wing trippers, slow departing heavy Airbus 350, runway 18 left, line up and wait for converging runway operations. Line up and wait, American 2233, 18 left. American 1588 DFW Tower, wind 150, runway 133, clear to land. Skywa 6216, hold short of runway 18 left at Whiskey Lima. Skywa 6216, hold short of runway 18 left. 18 left.
Oh, Tower American 2461, visual 189.
American 2461, DFW Tower, good afternoon. Wind 1403. Right, clear to land. Short of taxi, Bravo. Skywa 6216, traffic holds cross, runway 18 left at Whiskey Lima, taxi via the Alpha Alpha. Crossing in at the Whiskey Lima, Alpha Alpha. Center 20 heavy, contact departure.
Departure, Peter 20 heavy,
Good day. American 1658, hold short of runway 18 left at Whiskey Lima.
Hold short 18 left at Whiskey Lima, American 1658.
American 2233, RNAV to land, runway 18 left, clear for takeoff.
RNAV to lander, 18 left, clear for takeoff, American 2233.
United 2655, DFW Tower, runway 18 left, line up and wait.
Well, there you go. It's almost back to Helsinki already.
6 east or west today. American 2046, taxi via Bravo, hold short of runway 18
American Flight 2655 coming in from Portland, Oregon is here. It's got a plane from Santa Ana coming in right behind it. It almost looks too close, but I'm not to judge. But I would say that this plane will need to pull over from the main runway as soon as it can. We've got a flight from Santa Ana coming in on a MAX 8.
Envoy 3439, DFW Tower, runway 18 left, line up and wait. Line up and wait, 18 left, Envoy 3439. American 2655, hold short of runway 18 left at Golf 8.
So it looks like that plane has cleared the runway, so that makes room for flight 2461 from Santa Ana to make its arrival unencumbered.
American 2233, contact departure.
Departure, American 2233.
American 2046, landing traffic will hold short of your intersection at Bravo, cross runway 18 right, hold short of runway 18 left. American 2655, traffic holds cross runway 18 left at Golf 8, taxi via the Alpha Route. Lima, contact ground 185. Filter cross 18 left at Whiskey Lima, ground 185, American 1658. United 2655, contact departure. Position departure, United 2655. Good day, American 1208, DFW Tower, runway 18 right, clear to land, hold short of taxiway Bravo for crossing travel.
Thank you, 18 right, clear to land, Max 1208, hold short of Bravo, American 208.
And so just to return to the 767 we saw come in earlier. There it is. Tail stand propping up the back end, and the cargo is being deplaned by the fine ground crew of UPS.
Runway 3463, inbound visual 18 right.
Runway 3463, DFW Tower, runway 18 right, cleared to land, hold short of taxiway Bravo for crossing traffic.
18 right, short Bravo, clear land, runway 3463.
So we plan to be here now with you for probably another 20 minutes or so. We're waiting for the arrival of a UPS 767, no, I'm sorry, 747 from Louisville. And then, of course, our longtime viewers know that the end of our program will be followed by Chat Extravaganza, where you get to watch me, lucky you get to watch me pack up, and we play music, and you get to chat amongst yourselves.
American 1588, taxi via Alpha, hold short of runway 18 right.
Sean says, gotta go for now. See you soon. Thank you, Sean, for being a channel member of Runway DFW. Sean Pender says, I miss those 727s. Why were they discontinued? Well, while we like to think that 3 is better than 2, or is greater than 2 when it comes to engines, airlines don't think of it that way. They think 2 is greater than 3 because it costs them less to operate in terms of fuel and operational expenses, and well, you take 1/3 away from the engine maintenance cost of an aircraft. So that's probably why we don't see any 727s being built. There are a couple of them flying around still. Well, more than a couple. In fact, there was one at Love Field a few weeks ago, which I didn't get to see, unfortunately. I couldn't get over there to Love Field for. It was a 727, which is used as a place where people can be weightless, which, as crazy as it sounds, they fly a certain maneuver in the sky, and if you're in the fuselage, you can experience weightlessness. I just saw American Flight 80. You saw the tail in the background. It's a 777-200 going to London. So we'll see it go up in the air, probably somewhere around here. Let's see. No, somewhere around there.
Cross 18 left at Whiskey Mike, taxi via the Alpha route. Remain with me.
Cross 18 left, Whiskey at Whiskey Mike is Alpha route.
American 2046 cross, runway 18 left at Bravo, contact ground 25. American 2461 at Alpha cross, runway 18 left, contact ground 165 on the Alpha bridge.
American 2461 cross 18 left at Alpha, contact ground bridge.
American 1588, keep the speed up, cross, runway 18 left at Alpha, contact ground 165 on the Alpha bridge.
So that plane off to jolly old England.
Sky 6485, contact departure 1351975. 35975, American 1208, give way to all the company there, crossing off your right, and contact ground 165 on the Alpha bridge.
Adam171 asking if anyone here from the UK. We usually have at least a handful of viewers from the UK. Steve Sutherland chiming in from Suffolk.
Runway 3463, hold short of runway 18 left at Whiskey Kilo.
Hold short 18 left, Whiskey Kilo, about 3463.
to land, runway 18 left, clear for takeoff.
Land, clear for takeoff, 18 left.
Skywards 4917, DFW Tower, runway 18 left, on the right.
Runway 18 left, line up and wait. Skywards 4917.
An American Eagle flight coming in from Bismarck up there in the Dakotas. It's an Embraer 175. And it is flight number 3423. As we count down to our big finale here at Runway DFW, we're going to hope that this 747 comes in here on the west side. We don't know yet. So a little twin spin there. Taking off was American Flight 846 to Austin, an Airbus A319.
American 846, contact departure.
Departure, American 846, yeah.
Envoy 3423, hold short of runway 18 left, take off 8. Short line left, call 8, Envoy 3423.
It's an American Eagle flight going to Lawton, Oklahoma on this Mitsubishi CRJ 701ER in the SkyWest livery. SkyWest is the operator of this plane on behalf of American Eagle.
American 2864, line up and wait, 18 left. American 2864, runway 18 left, line up and wait.
18 left, line up and wait, American 2864.
Runway 3834, landing traffic will hold short of your intersection at Bravo Cross, runway 18 right, hold short of runway 18 left. Runway 3834, landing traffic, hold short of your intersection, cross, runway 18 right, hold short of runway 18 left at Bravo.
And it dematerialized there for us, didn't it?
Scout 4980, DFW Tower, runway 18 right, clear to land, hold short of taxiway Bravo.
American Flight 1981. That's what we're going to see next. Coming in. Steve Madison checking in from Scotland, and Ollie from Cheshire. So hello to all of our UK audience.
Scout 4917, contact departure.
Departure, Scout 4917.
American 2864, on to B Park, runway 18 left, clear for takeoff.
On to B Park, 18 left, clear for takeoff, American 2864.
Looking to the west now, we can see that the sun is headed towards the horizon. We're about 45 minutes from the sunset here in North Texas.
I'm sorry, say that again. American 558, RNAV to B Park, runway 18 left, clear for takeoff. RNAV B Park, 18 left, clear for takeoff, American 558. Have a 6225.
Oh, the TWA livery is back. Hold on there. We saw this go out earlier. The American Airlines TWA Heritage livery. And as I noted earlier, I hadn't seen this in quite a while. I don't know if they've been hiding it or flying it elsewhere, or I just haven't been here at the right times. So we've been here long enough to see this plane go to Fresno and back.
right, clear land, hold short, taxiway Bravo 13463 cross, runway 18 left at Whiskey.
Seems like a long time.
Crossway left, Whiskey Kilo, 0.85 over there, runway 3463. 3423 at Golf 8, cross, runway 18 left, contact ground 0.85. Crossing 18 left at Golf 8, envoy 3423, will do. American 1770 cross, runway 18 left at Whiskey Lima, taxi the Alpha. American 1981.
So the flight from Fresno is 2 hours and 45 minutes. So it must have been on the ground for at least 45 minutes, right? I can't do the math, but yeah, we've been here a long time today.
4937 cross, runway 18 left at Alpha, contact ground 0.65 on the Alpha Bridge. Cross runway 1.
You see a couple of Qantas jet and a Qatar jet parked there in long-term parking. Our 747 is in line to land right here. There's two planes in front of it. First of which will be American Eagle 3179. No, American Airlines Flight 3179 from Santa Barbara, California. 737-800. And behind that, in the sandwich, is Flight 3410 American Eagle from Acapulco, Mexico, an Embraer 175. And then we will see the UPS 747 coming in from Louisville, a 7-year-old 7478. And that will wrap up today's coverage from Runway DFW. So first, flight from Santa Barbara. The shadows are getting long here at Founders Plaza. Here's my shadow. I look like I'm 37 feet tall.
6225, connect departure, good day. 3179, taxi Echo Alpha, hold short, correction, Echo to Whiskey Mike, hold short of runway.
All right, next we have the flight coming in from Acapulco, Mexico. Flight 3410, American Eagle,
American 3006, Orlando B Park, runway 18
an E-jet.
Orlando B Park, there we take off 18 left, American 3006. 257 DFW, runway 18 left, line up and wait. Runway 18 left, American 2257. American 2647, flight break, 18 right, 2647 DFW, approach wake zero, control the heavy roads, 47 on 3 miles, runway right, push land,
All right, let us get set up now for our big finish. Big finish here. It's already here.
27 Orlando B Park, 18 left, over takeoff. Over takeoff, 18 left, Orlando B Park, 2657. Break 2650, 0 way left, late traffic. American 1946, right. 38.67, 1 right, clear to land, contact the ground.
All hail the Queen.
3410 Whiskey Kilo crossway left, ground 45. Whiskey Kilo crossway left, ground 85 off with 3410. American 3179, no Whiskey Mike, crossway left, Fox Alpha, contact ground .65 on the bridge. Crossway left, Whiskey Mike, Fox Alpha, .65 on top, American 3179.
Yeah, he's going to come up the central taxiway to see us.
Whiskey Lima, cross 18 left, contact ground .85. Alright, Whiskey Lima, cross 18 left, ground .85, UPS 2752. American 428 Alpha, cross 20 left, 65 on the bridge.
And with that, let me just make sure we're not going to miss anything else here of note. Yeah, we're good. Okay, so time to say thanks to everybody. Top of the list, as always, is our friend James Webb, who's the official channel sponsor of Runway DFW. Thank you, James Webb, for your many contributions to our channel. I'd like to thank all of our Runway DFW members. Your contributions make this channel happen, and I thank you very much for that. Thank you to our Runway DFW Moderation Federation out here in force this afternoon and this morning, in fact, to make sure that your experience as a Runway DFW viewer is calm, collected, stress-free, drama-free, to the extent that they can. So thanks so much to our Moderation Federation. We would like to thank, or I would like to thank, our subscribers, because the only way you can chat in the chat room is to be a subscriber, and that's free. Thanks as well for your likes. That helps propel us to the top of the charts on YouTube. I don't think we've been to the top of the charts yet, but and that's about it. We've got Chat Extravaganza coming up in just a mo, and so I say happy contrails to you until we meet again, as we're about to see the King-Queen combo here. The 747 will be coasting past the British Airways Super Speed Bird King of the Skies. That's always fun to see. That'll be happening here momentarily. There they are. King and Queen. Just as I ran out of music. Did I run out of music? Okay, so with that, I bid you adieu. Happy contrails to you until we meet again. Stand by once again for Chat Extravaganza, following our usual array of messages being displayed on the screen. Thanks for watching.
Turn left to Whiskey Kilo, contact ground 185. Left turn Whiskey Kilo, ground 5 on my deck, right 2845, 18 right, clear to land, hold short taxi, Bravo, cross the track.
1376, keep your speed up at Alpha, cross 20 left, contact ground, 0.65 on top of the bridge. Speed up, Alpha, bridge, 0.65, right, 1366, and we'll cross 20 left. Right, 1672, connect bar, trigger day. Tower, American 1689, 50, 7 mile, final, 18 right. 1692, Tower, 18 right, clear line, hold protect, clear Bravo, for crossing traffic, 11305.
left, American 499. 4037 and full speed, runway 18 left. And go grade, hold short, 18 left, on 42. Frontier 1405, night departure, good day. Departure, flight 1405. Tower right. 201 right. 57 right, clear land 206. Clear land 1 right.
We don't often get super chats during these chat extravaganzas, so I do want to say a special thanks to Tony Sisk for a $1 super chat, and also for gifting a Runway DFW membership, to whom Devin Barnes is the recipient. So thank you so much for that. I'll continue to pack up, but I do keep an ear out for those little jingles that let me know that that has happened. So thank you again, Tony Sisk. Appreciate it. Just to pop in here, I see that we've had another super chat from John Lyles. A $3 super chat. Thank you, John, so much. Appreciate that very much. Continue to pack up here on Runway DFW, almost after dark.
Playing your favorite songs.
Here's 542 at Alpha, cross 20 left, 651 bridge.
We interrupt this chat extravaganza for another super chat. This one from Tony Sisk wants to know, when is the next broadcast? And I honestly don't know. It won't be tomorrow, Sunday, here in the U.S. It could be Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday. Please keep your notification bell turned on the Runway DFW channel. That way we can let you know. But I don't have a way of knowing right now based upon weather and family stuff and all that other things, all those other things, factors, a lot of factors. So thank you for watching, and thank you for your super chat, and just keep an eye on Runway DFW, and we'll let you know when we're going to be on again. But it will be within the next, sometime in the next 4 or 5 days, maybe sooner. So thank you for your inquiry, and thank you for your super chat. Back to Chat Extravaganza.
oldies favorites. You've got good time oldies. More hits back to back.
Well, you may wonder, what happened to Walt? What was going on there?
The best of the old and new. The brightest blend of music all in one place.
I couldn't interrupt the jingle. But anyway, I was talking with a retired American Airlines captain by the name of Kirk Rogers. And he came out here to get some pictures of a buddy of his who's on his last flight. And I said I would be happy to help him out, but I don't have any, my equipment's all packed away. So I said I was sorry, but we had a nice talk, and he told me about his experiences, and he has a lot to say, so I was happy to hear from him, and maybe he'll show up on one of our future broadcasts. We like to make friends with American Airlines personally. He was a captain for like 38, 39 years. So he's got a lot to talk about. Anyway, we're about wrapped up from our position here at Founders Plaza. Got a few more things to put away, but that's going to knock us off the air. So I thank you. I don't know what camera we on. Camera 2, camera 1. It switches. Let me make this so we know what camera we're on. Okay, so we're on this one. So thank you again for watching. Thank you for your support of the channel, and we'll be back in the next few days here on Runway DFW. Set the notification bell so that you will know when our next broadcast is. And again, happy contrails to you until we meet again. Thanks to our mods, thanks to our subscribers, thanks to our members, and thanks to you for watching. We'll see you soon on Runway DFW.
Acts and promotional consideration furnished by Pan American World Airways, the world's most experienced airline. Pan Am makes the going great. This is Dick Tufeld speaking.